Mickey talks the truth.
Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
He talks.
Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Hello, Truth Team. We are back at it. They are early today, okay? Yesterday, trial started at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Today is supposed to get started any minute now. Big D, what's up? TT, what's up? So we are back at it again. Let me put my camera on for a minute. Y'all know I don't stay on camera the whole time. I'm just getting back home. Luckily, I was able to get off in time to finish working from home so that we can continue on. Yesterday, and day one of the civil trial for Cardi B, Emani Ellis, who is a security officer from 2018 incident where allegedly Cardi B assaulted her at the doctor's office when Cardi B suspected her of recording her and all that. And at this time, nobody knew she was pregnant with Culture. So this was before she had her first baby, or when she was pregnant with her first baby. What's up, bosses? So today we'll continue. Last night, I was tired, but the feed went out like right when they was about to recross Emani Ellis. So let me see, have they started yet? I kind of feel like we might need to watch that part, but I'm not sure if that's not where they starting at. Okay, but nevertheless, because it's supposed to start any minute now, and I don't want to get behind because day one they had audio issues. So like, for the first 45 minutes of the trial, we couldn't hear nothing but static, okay? So we missed a lot for the first 45 minutes. We only caught it after that point. So we're going to wait until the feed start. Once the feed start and then they have a break or something, we'll go back and check out the recross of the witness. Not sure how many days it's supposed to take place. Like I said, this was one of those unexpected out the blue trials that popped up that I'm like, hey, it's part of urban culture. So let's get into it. So Jody, hello. Not what we doing here, okay? Listen. Hey, this is like, I want to say it's the first Team Pretty, good morning. Listen, I think this is the first civil case I've ever done for content. Y'all know I'm more like, I like the criminal cases more. I think this is the first, if not maybe the second. I think this is the first. You know what? No, this is the first. We have broken down the YNW Melly civil case, but not like, it's not at trial, obviously. So we never actually did it for trial content. So yeah, this is the first trial for civil case. Y'all know I try to stay away from the civil trials because it's kind of different. But here we are, I got to figure out how to make sure my camera stops shaking. Because every time it shakes, it loses focus. But anyway, we're here. It's really not too much to catch y'all up on as far as this. It's just a matter. Yesterday, Emani seemed a little attitude-ish, okay? And I ain't going to lie. I kind of feel like she's stretching it just a little bit. But at the end of the day, you know, I do feel like Cardi B can be aggressive when she wants to be based off her history. Because since 2018, Cardi B, you know, been in multiple situations, including at a strip club. Wasn't that in New York? Then in Vegas when she threw the microphone at a fan. So, like, I can see her being a little aggressive. But at the same time, just watching the witness on the stand, it seemed like she got a little off in her too, okay? A little off in her too. And the fact it took her 2 years, KG, what's up? 2 years, okay, to even file the civil lawsuit. Because the incident happened in 2018. She filed the lawsuit in 2020. Then here we are, 2025. She's finally getting the trial. 7 years. Now, according to Cardi B's attorneys, like, they were like in a heated exchange mutually. And the girl, even when they showed her deposition, she got a little size on her now. That same size me, everything. But it's no way you got a little size on you and you're a security officer and you know marshmallow now. So I don't think Cardi B just was whooping her ass. Like, that's just me, okay? That's just me. But, you know, I just feel like, yeah, it's probably one of the things they both was popping off. You know what I'm saying? And it, you know, but hey, maybe she win, maybe she won't. If I was on the jury, I'd be like, I don't really think it went like that, but that's that. Okay. T-Per said, she getting nothing. The girl said she put her nail on her cheek, man. You could have got an autograph or something. Okay. Do we know how much she is suing for? So she is suing for $25K plus medical expenses, plus lost wages and future wages, plus it was something else. So like the actual money amount is $25K, and then plus the rest of the stuff. So when you talking about lost wages, because remember she said yesterday, oh, I'm scared to work in that field. I was supposed to, you know, join the police force, and now I don't want to join the police force. I got PTSD, and I'll be honest, okay? If this situation made you not want to join the police force, you shouldn't have joined. You shouldn't be a police officer anyway, okay? So just saying, all right? Yep. And then the situation with Nicki Minaj, I remember that. So yes, this is a civil case. So, you know, it's going to be all about, it's a little different than a criminal case. Because more so, is it believable that this happened? You know what I'm saying? It's not more so a law thing. It's like, do you believe that this is what took place? So, you know what I'm saying? It could be that. She still owes the doctor $36,000. So again, you know, part of what we missed yesterday was a lot of that, because I want to know what the $36,000 in doctor bills are for, right? Because a scratch, come on now, you know what I'm saying? A scratching, I think she said, oh, she scratched my cheek, and I had to wait a year to see if it was going to keloid up and stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, if anybody on that jury, again, I will be kind of biased on the jury because being a blogger, I have covered or seen a lot of her stuff. As far as her and her anger, showing anger a lot. So, I believe it, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Right, KG. That's a better way to explain it to me. Okay. Burden of proof is different, right? But at the same time, you know, the witness, like I said, she was a security officer. She had a little size on her. You know what I'm saying? I just don't, you know, and then the attorneys for Cardi B even brought up the fact, like, another person had to get between the two and that she hit the other girl. So I'm like, yeah, they was just like on some wild-ish that day, okay? So yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me refresh my screen because they were supposed to start at 12. I rushed home to make sure I was here on time to get started. She was truthful about the emails. All right. Oh, I'm tired. I'm so tired. Okay. Yes, she was 4 months pregnant. So this was before, because if I'm not mistaken, I wasn't a blogger back then, but I was just a regular viewer. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Cardi B announced her pregnancy with Culture during a Migos performance at, was it the BET Awards? I can't remember. And by then she was like out there. So I can't remember. It's been so long. She done had like 3-4 more kids since then. Okay. But yeah. So they haven't started yet. So hey, we just kick back until then. Yeah, I am so tired. When I have to actually work in the office or like go to the courthouse and stuff, it throws me off because I'm so used to just being able to like kind of get my own schedule and just sleep. But the past couple of days, I done had to get up. Well, I say couple, but yesterday and today, I had to get up. Yesterday, I had to get up at 4. Today, I had to get up at 7. I am exhausted now, right? And it's only 12 o'clock, okay? So hopefully the trial starts so I can wind down a little bit. But nevertheless, how is everybody doing today? I hope I'm lost when we start talking about celebrity babies. But that was how I was able to determine the timeline, right? Because yesterday, let me tell you, that just goes to show how much Cardi B be having going on. Because yesterday, I was confused about what assault situation this was, okay? I was thinking it was a strip club one. Then, like, some other people thought it was this one. And I was like, shoot. So I don't even remember. Oh, shoot. I'm poke myself in the eye. I don't even remember this actual situation. So I had to like refresh my own memory because I didn't remember this. So there's a lot going on. Okay, a lot going on. So yeah, whenever it starts, hey, we're there. But I hope everybody, what y'all ate for lunch? Because it's about lunchtime, okay? A little water. Now that's funny, y'all. That's funny. Yeah, she's like, you know, and y'all know I love me some Chris Brown, but she like the female Chris Brown at this point, okay? Or female Trey Songz, because Trey Songz is another one that will get into some ish. Now I gotta organize my papers. Like I got a whole stack of papers over here, and I need to organize it better. But yeah, what y'all eat for lunch? So I still got my breakfast in there. I haven't finished eating yet. But part of me, I don't know if I still want it. I had got me some a salmon patty breakfast from not Chick-fil-A. I might want Chick-fil-A from Lizard Thicket. And I might eat that. I don't know. What is all these documents? But all right, y'all. Yeah, we just sitting here waiting for it to get started. I chose my time. I chose my time based off of the time Law and Crime and Court TV had, because it really wasn't much to catch up on, and they're late. So, oh, are we there? No, we're not ready yet. All right. So whenever they're ready, we're there. I did drop a video, like I told y'all last night, in regards to the Detroit hospital shooting. So y'all make sure y'all tap into that. Also, I got some other content I'm gonna do today. Flatbread sandwich, spinach, bacon, green pepper, Swiss cheese, banana peppers, tomatoes, raspberry vinaigrette. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds good. JoJo, what's up? Said if she's only suing for $25K, it makes me wonder why Cardi doesn't just pay the lady off to save her time and stress. But no, $25K is like the what is it? I guess the pain and suffering, but then you add, because you're talking about 7 years of past wages plus future wages. And I think Cardi B may just be, because, you know, this is the age, the day and the age, okay, where people will try to come at you financially. And maybe she's just trying to let it be known she ain't the one to even play with. But hey, we'll see. You know, if Cardi's mad enough to punch on the lady, she probably so mad she don't want to give her no money. Yeah, and then sometimes it's really about the principle of it, sometimes to certain people. I was watching a Detroit video when the live popped up. Yeah, that situation is crazy. Okay. Crazy. Y'all make sure y'all tap into that. And then I have to do, like, soon as I finish doing that video, I realize it's an update. So I'm actually going to be doing another video to update on that. So if it goes to trial, I'm definitely going to watch it. Speaking of trials, a couple changes while we're still waiting for the Cardi B trial to start. Our trial schedule has changed. As of right now, y'all know YNW Melly trial has been pushed back till 2027, probably, right? YNW Portland, hold on, y'all. I got to definitely blow my nose. I feel stuffy. Give me 1 second. Be right. All right, I'm back. So, YNW Portland is scheduled to go to trial September 10th. So if that remains the same, that's gonna be our trial for September. Okay. October, as of right now, Dirt is set to go to trial, which is federal, so it's not gonna be no footage. I was planning on going out there to cover the trial in person, but it could change. So I'm not sure if that's going to still be the date. But we do have October 20th, which is Julio Alicia Andrews trial. November, we don't have the Yellow Beezy trial. That has been pushed back to February 2026. Okay. So our full, thing of trials is just going down, 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 down. Okay. And then for some reason, my county where I work at, okay, has a lot of trial scheduled. So if my work schedule changed, then we will have to go back to how it used to be, where I would do my streams in the evening. Okay. So just FYI, I know it's better when we can do it in real time. But hey, primary job come first. So if my work schedule changed where I can't stream during the day, I will go to doing it at night. Or I could just do videos for y'all about the trial. So as time goes on, because as of right now I'm good, but if something changed, we'll have to discuss that. Okay. Oh, and then we still have in October, we have the Nazaya Harris murder trial in Detroit also. So yeah, my dad told me I should do a vlog going to visit Detroit. So that might be in the make. I want to do it when he's home. Y'all know right now he's currently locked up, but he goes up for parole in a few months. So I might do it with him because he will know more than me, because hell, I don't really remember too much from back then, because I moved from up there when I was 9. All I know is South Carolina. Okay. So I don't know, we might do a vlog depending on when he's able to come home. All right, has it started yet? No. Nope, it ain't started yet. Why are they late? And I ain't gonna lie, and they haven't changed the time, so that's good. So we just rocking out, y'all, until then. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all tap in with the content from the Detroit hospital shooting, because listen, matter of fact, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to do multiple things at one time. Like that pile of papers is stressing me out just sitting there. All right. Like it just was giving me a headache. All right. This should be able to do it for right now. So I have, so let me show y'all. It didn't look like this at first. So this is like, it was a pile of papers. and I need to sort through them, but it would just aggravate me because it was just like a bunch of papers spread out over there. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Since they haven't started yet, I need to do a reaction to the update in the Detroit situation. So y'all know, if this is your first live, every now and then I'll just go ahead and get me a quick YouTube video in so that I can clip it and post it. So that's what we're about to do real quick while we're waiting for trial to start. Okay, so let me find. All right, see. I need to update one. Is this the update one? I need a longer version of that though. Dang. So basically, they arrested a second man in that case already. I could have sworn I just saw a longer version of it. I can't find it. Oh, here we go. I found it. All right. So hold on. Let's get this going. And if, like I said, I already did a video to the first part of it. So if you're not up to date, you can definitely check that out just to catch you up. So, all right, y'all. This is the update to the Henry Ford hospital shooting, where this man, who is the ex-husband, the one on your left, the ex-husband, okay, is that whatever? The younger looking one, okay? The ex-husband of the victim, okay? And they have now arrested a second person. So this is the update. Let's see.
Tonight at 11, a second person has been charged in connection to last week's deadly shooting at Henry Ford Hospital. Thank you for joining us at 11. I'm Terrence Friday. This comes the same day as prosecutors charged 53-year-old Mario Dwayne Green with shooting and killing his ex-wife. CBS News Detroit's Heath Kalb joins us now live following this investigation. Heath, a lot of people have a lot of questions about this case. What do we know about the second person who's now in custody?
They sure do, Terrence. It came as a surprise this afternoon to learn that police now have a second person in custody related to that shooting this past Friday. That person, 54-year-old Anthony Barnett, who is accused of helping out Mario Green get away from the scene. Mario Green, the man accused of shooting and killing his ex-wife at Henry Ford Hospital on Friday, has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office now has a second person charged related to that shooting, 54-year-old Anthony Lee Lamont Barnett, who is alleged to have aided Green in fleeing from the scene of the homicide. Former DPD Assistant Chief Steve Dolan tells me this tragic story is especially worrying because the victim, Latricia Green, had done everything she was supposed to do when dealing with an abusive ex.
This poor woman, from what I understand, did everything right and still lost her life. And it's senseless. And this individual needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent and put away permanently because he has a record.
Detroit police say that Mario Green had gone to the victim's office located in the basement of the hospital and fired his handgun from short range, fatally wounding Latricia. But there's still unanswered questions as to how he was able to enter the basement, especially with a gun.
My biggest concern about this one is how he get in the hospital. Because I know the people in charge of security there, and I know they have their own police force, and they have metal detectors.
Now, Green and Barnett's next court hearing is set for Thursday, September 4th. Reporting here outside of Henry Ford Hospital, Heath Kalb.
That do make you wonder, because I was thinking the same thing, like how, and you going there with a book bag and all and just mosey on around to the basement, you know? So, yeah. But, you know, them order of protection, then you got to understand, some people, right, they're not scared of no paper, because at the end of the day, it's a paper. Like, they're not scared of getting in trouble. See, those abusers that scared of going to jail, scared of that, those are the ones that probably will work towards. But if you got somebody that's just on demon time that don't care about getting in trouble, that paper ain't about to do jack squat. Okay, so something, and at half the time, just like her first order of protection was denied, the second one was approved. However, he wasn't served yet. So it's like, so then you got to wait for it to get served. And you may be like, well, how did it get denied? Like, the person has to do something to you physically within a certain amount of time. Right. Like on some real stuff. So like she according to one of her relatives, he ran her off the road and all. Like this man was on a mission to unalive her. Why? I don't know. It seemed like he can't let go from what they put out. But that's the update on that. I hope the guy that helped him get away get life. I mean, he already fixed something, but he need to get life. Y'all know I'm very biased when it comes to certain situations, and this is one. I feel like this was definitely premeditated. It was calculated, and I mean, it's nothing more you can really say about it. Like as far as my perspective of it. But hey, that's just how I feel about it. Let me see. I think they're talking about something else. All right. That's where we'll leave that at. Let me refresh the Cardi B screen. All right, they still haven't started. Not Kathy from Law and Crime is telling everybody that Cardi B has a blonde wig today. Y'all know she had the black, like low cut wig yesterday. Today she got a blonde wig. Court began about 5 minutes ago. We are ordered to have a 30-minute delay. This feed will come up at 12:46. So that's according to Kathy over there at Law and Crime. So we still got what, about 15 minutes or so. I wonder why it's a 30-minute delay. Like why they want that. So we're here until then. Well, let me go ahead and do that. But yeah, I'm so tired. I need some energy or something. Oh, well, since we got a few minutes, I got another reaction that I'm supposed to do. About to go ahead and get it out of the way now, too. So, hold on. All right, yeah, we just using time wisely because your girl probably going to be asleep, okay, when it's all said and done because I am tired. These early mornings ain't it. Then I be having to record videos because at the end of the day, got to record 5 times a week. I think I saved it. So have y'all heard about the comedian that passed away that was murdered? Well, God dang, they came busting through the speakers. But not only was he on tour with Cat Williams, but he also was unalive by the security of Cat Williams. When I first seen it, I was like, really? But the news is talking about it, so hey, let's see what they saying.
Questions mounting after the death of a comedian in South Haven, Mississippi. 52-year-old Reginald Carroll was shot and killed last week, and 38-year-old Trinell Marquise Williams has been charged in his death. People we talked to said the two were very familiar with each other. Posts on social media say Carroll was recently on tour with Cat Williams, and multiple people tell WREG the suspect served as security for Williams. WREG Shay Arthur spoke with a lifelong friend of Carroll's who says his family wants answers.
Tonight, many in mourning after the death of 52-year-old comedian Reggie Carroll. But beyond providing laughs, loved ones say he was also a father and a veteran.
I'm kind of like baffled now.
Carroll was killed last week. South Haven police say he was shot at a home on Burton Lane. No one answered the door there today. Since his reported death 6 days ago, WREG has been pushing for answers. So have Carroll's loved ones in his hometown of Baltimore, Maryland.
No one's talking right now.
Camp Earl Mitchell says he's known Reggie for years.
People ask me why, they don't understand, because last time everyone talked to him, his spirit is always different. So, he's laughing and joking. It's one of them things where as though you see a person today and don't see him the next day.
He says Reggie has been touring with another well-known comedian, Cat Williams, and has recently been in the South Haven area.
He had moved down there with Cat, while they was on tour. So they was on tour together, so he had moved down there, to stay with him while they was on tour.
Several people have told WREG the person police have charged with Reggie's death, Trinell Williams, has at one point served as security for Cat. Reggie's friend believed everything was positive.
It's the type of people that you be around sometimes that bring negative energy. We talked like a few days, whatever, before his passing, and it was no indication to me that he was around no one like that.
He's hoping his family gets answers soon. For your news leader in South Haven, Shay Arthur, WREG.
So the relative is saying that the victim moved to South Haven to live with Cat Williams. So did the murder happen at Cat Williams' house or what? So if they met on tour with Cat Williams, I wonder, like, was they just cool and maybe a disagreement happened? I ain't gonna lie, it does leave you with more questions than anything about the situation, because it's kind of like, what happened? It kind of sounds like if they were friends or associates of each other, maybe it was definitely like an argument, disagreement, or something that just turned deadly. I don't know, but this is my first hearing about it. I saw some people like piecing it together, but I was waiting for the news to say something about it. So, we're gonna definitely have to keep our eye on that story, because that definitely leave you wondering, what's what. Have they started that feed? All right. So I'm gonna put on this. They haven't started, but they got the feed live at least. All right. Yeah, the house was registered to one of Cat's LLCs. So I wonder if they were roommates. So that even more leads me to feel like it probably was an argument turned deadly for real. What type of argument? I don't know. But that is definitely one that we're gonna take a look at. So, all right. So, according to Court TV, it says coming up, defendant Cardi B set to testify. So, we'll see if her story, and it's gonna be a matter of, do you believe Cardi B version of what happened, or will you believe Emani's version of what happened? I'm gonna tell you, I do think an altercation took place. I'm a little shaky though. I'm a little shaky on if I actually believe the way it was told from the victim standpoint. But we haven't heard Cardi B. Maybe she's more convincing. Maybe, they'll be able to poke a hole in her story. But we'll see. Other than that, that's what I got, y'all. They should be starting in a moment. When it does start, I'm cutting my camera off because I'm gonna go warm up my food. Okay. Because when it's all said and done, I'm going to be for a little while. I just thought about something. It's already 12:30. I got to get my grandbaby at like 3:15. So, welcome to the life. Welcome to my life. Y'all. Okay, side note. For those who have been keeping up with my bariatric surgery journey, things are going well. Okay. I finally got down to my weight that I was when I lost weight last time. So I got down to 255. And listen, okay, what to do, Loud Pack? Having surgery, even though it has its downfalls, don't get it twisted. It was a good thing for me to do, okay? Good thing for me to do. So I started June 9th of this year at 319 pounds. I'm talking about my back was hurting. I could barely walk. I was miserable in Miami. Okay. All that. So now I'm 255. And although I still have about 65, 70 pounds left to lose to get to my ideal weight, to say that I'm down 60, like I think 61 pounds, and I can feel the change with the 61 pounds. Okay, so I'm halfway to my goal. And look, we're only what is it? When I had surgery, June 19th, so July, August, 2 months out. And I'm halfway to my goal. So ideally, I want to get to like 190. But I haven't been 190 since like I was 19, 20. So I don't even know if that's gonna be something I like. So we'll see. Thank you, KG. We'll see. I don't want to get, you know what I'm saying, too little. But I think about 190 ish, 195 should be good. Originally I said 185. I think that's too little at my age. So like, cause I'm 5'8", so I'm a nice height. So we'll see. But yeah, y'all making good progress. So yeah, 2 more months, right? And see, I ideally by my birthday, I want to be at least to 220. And my birthday is in October. So I'm trying to be down to 220 by then. And by the end of the year, because they say the first 6 months is where you lose the most weight. So by the beginning of the year, I'm trying to hit my goal. And then, okay. Are you a Libra or a Scorpio? And I'm actually about to get a trainer because I ain't gonna lie, I got the tone because it's like the weight is starting to like go from the top of my stomach to the bottom of my stomach, okay? And child, that we got to figure that out. So I have an appointment tomorrow. So hopefully I can get cleared where I can go ahead and do like a training section so that I can get that right. Cause child, listen, I need that fix. Okay. But I've been noticing a lot of people that had the surgery say it was easy for the top, hard from the bottom. So we'll see. But yeah, for those who been wanting an update on that, that's how it's going. It's going good. Weight coming off. I was at a standstill for a little while, but we're here. And then I be having to remind myself it's only been 2 months. Even though it feel like it's been longer than that, it's only been 2 months. All right, so we should get started soon. Tap in with Herbalife. What's up, Kiki? I think a guy I went to school with tried to get me to do that one time, but I ain't really like. I can't remember why I ain't do it, but we'll see. Cause like I already got to take vitamins just because of the surgery, so I got to take the bariatric vitamins, and I hate doing it. I hate taking pills or medicine every day. Okay. So that's been a struggle taking supplements, but we'll see. But so far, so good. All right, they should be about to start in a few minutes. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired, y'all. I'm behind on this case. You give a little summary. Can't Cardi possibly get you behind on this live, okay? But for you, and since we just about to start, I'll do it. This is not a criminal case, y'all. This is a civil liability case, okay? So no, Cardi B is not facing no time. If anything, she's facing giving up $25,000 or more, okay? The victim is asking for $25K in civil. Whatever the word, I can't even think of the word. I'm sorry. Okay. I am tired. I had actually worked today in the office. But okay, $25K plus medical bills, which I think is in like $30,000, plus lost wages from the past and future lost wages. And I think that's about it. So minimum 25 and up, because the jury comes up with their own calculation. Okay, I got you, Loud Pat. I hate shakes, I swear. Once I was able to stop doing the protein shakes and just eat protein, listen, I don't want another shake. Liquid supplements are just as good. Ginger, I hate ginger. I'm. Let me tell you. So since surgery, I've been having problems being regular. I don't want to get too graphic, but regular. So my aunt told me to try a tropical smoothie detox smoothie. And it got ginger. It's still in my refrigerator. I can't do the ginger. It's too strong. I said I was gonna try it without the ginger, but then everybody's telling me the ginger is like the most important part of it. That taste is just too. It's too much. I've been trying to drink that smoothie for 3 days. So I don't know. I guess I gotta open my mind to certain things. But yeah, that ginger, I don't think I can deal with the ginger. I really don't like celery like that. Let alone to drink celery juice. So I gotta find some type of balance. You know what I'm saying? Look, some type of balance. But right now I'm just tired. I've been I only been dealing with being tired for the past 2 days, and it's because I'm having to get up early. I'm out of whack with the schedule or having to actually get dressed. Now, mind you, for office attire, okay? Like, I couldn't wait to get home to take that dress shirt off, okay? So, yeah, it'd be a lot. And then I feel like I'll be around germs, okay? As soon as I go into the building, I'll be right back. All right. I'm bad. So, God dang, they ain't started yet. All right, we just waiting. They should be starting any moment now. Law and Crime said they had to have a 30-minute delay before they start going live. Mickey, I found an African restaurant that sells a ginger juice. I mix mine with strawberry and banana frozen fruit. I can't do straight ginger juice either. And mine is a mix. It's called the Detox something, and it's green. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Hold on. Let me go get cooked. I don't even know how long I'm supposed to keep this, but like that's what it looked like. And I might need to throw it away because I had got it, I think, Friday. And it got kale, spinach, ginger, all types of stuff in it. So I just don't like it. But everybody said the ginger is a good thing to have. Maybe I'll try to make my own and see if I can soften the blow of it. But boy, that ginger is, whew, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I may have to. I just can't wait until I don't have to even worry about it. It's just ever since surgery, I've been having problems, So I'm gonna try Green Machine is good and healthy. Look, I'm used to being able to just eat some broccoli and being doing, but broccoli ain't cutting it no more. But I'm gonna play around with it some. and see what happens. All right, y'all. We just waiting. Y'all see the feed is up. We're just waiting to get started. Hopefully that will be soon. Because I'm ready to go warm up my food. And then I've been slacking, y'all. I haven't been going to the gym. And I'm not gonna go to the gym today either. But I'm going for my walk. I'm going for a walk. Once my grandbaby get here too. Checking iron, lack of iron will make you tired. I shouldn't have low iron because like that's one of the supplements I have to take. The bariatric vitamins. And like at first I thought my iron was low too because I'd be cold. I went from always being hot to always being cold. But my nurse was like, that's just like happens after the surgery. A lot of people deal with the being cold. So yeah. Green machine, nothing but sugar. Weigh out the grams on your own scale. You'll see I did. Yeah, and that's one thing I have to look at all the time is the sugar part. Because before surgery, and I probably, because I doubt it went down that much, but you know, I was pre-diabetic before I even had surgery. That was one of the reasons why I decided to go ahead and do the surgery, among other things. So I do have to watch out for the sugar. Even like with juices and stuff, I had to now that I'm able, because y'all know for a minute I wasn't able to drink nothing but water and 0 calorie Gatorade, which is okay, it's just nasty. So now I do have to pay attention to the sugar. Like I can't have, if it has more than 2 grams of sugar, I can't fool with it. I can't fool with it. Right now, I'm trying, this is Crystal Light water. I'm trying to finish this. I've been trying all day, and y'all see it's basically still full. So I'm trying. Because my protein intake is good. My liquid intake don't be heating like it's supposed to. So add organic cinnamon to your juices. It keeps your sugar from spiking. Okay, I'll keep that in mind too. But yeah, so it's like the fear my doctor is having is getting dehydrated. I be having to go get IVs every like couple weeks since surgery. I had to do I think I had to do it 3 times in the last 2 months. I get dehydrated because I don't hit my fluid intake. So yes, it's like I said, it does have a downfall for sure. But like I said, I wouldn't have changed to get the surgery though, but it does have some downfalls. For sure. All right, what's about to happen? Okay, Law and Crime is on. We're gonna do this one.
Did you see my opposition?
I have not. Did you file one?
Yes,
All right, I'm going off camera, y'all.
I gave it to the clerk this morning. It was filed early this morning. You asked me to brief it, and I don't have time to do that. And I wish to be heard.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, discovery was served on the defendant in 2022. Exhibit 1 are the form interrogatories which were served on for prior counsel September 30th of 2022. Prior counsel asked me for extensions several times so they could get the information that I wanted. And they finally responded on January 17th of 2023. As the court goes to Exhibit 2 on page 21 of the responses, it says there's responding party incorporates by reference preliminary statement and general objection set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. Unknown staff employees at Cedar-Sinai Medical Center including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discoveries continue. This incident did not happen at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is 2 miles away from this office building. This was, in my opinion, either grossly negligent on the part of counsel for the defendant, or, as I've argued in my brief, an intentional way of hiding who these witnesses are. I can't see how the defendant would go to a doctor and not know the doctor's name, or at least do whatever it takes to get the doctor's name. It's really not that hard. When she went to this doctor, she could have found out his name and disclosed it in discovery.
Okay, so your point's taken on the defendant, but likely knowing the name of her own doctor. What about the receptionist?
All right, so the receptionist, also the issue with the receptionist would be that either her attorney or herself can call and say that, doctor, who's the receptionist that was there that day? Again, she's the patient, they would have to tell her. And I would like to also add, Your Honor, I did Exhibit 3, question number 15. Again, same thing. They refused to produce the witness information, and I was not able to take the deposition of these people. I don't know what they're going to say. It's highly prejudicial. It goes against the Discovery Act, and it should not be allowed. And they're arguing that I shouldn't be able to bring my witnesses. They're making the same argument that I'm making. So it would only seem fair that if the court's going to exclude mine, the court should exclude theirs.
Okay. So there's a hearsay statement in the defendant's brief, and I'm acknowledging that it's hearsay, but they contend that the witnesses both testify or both said that they had been contacted by you, and you're saying that that's not true.
So yeah, that's not true. I never contacted them. Not in 28. I never went to the building, even though it's across the street from my office. I did not go there till a few days ago to take 22 pictures. I took it on a Friday night, maybe around 6 or 7 p.m. Went back one more time to take a couple more pictures. But I never.
The client testified she took the pictures.
No, I took the pictures with her together. We were together.
Okay.
I did not go back. I did not know about the doctor. I did take a picture of the doctor's sign after they, a month ago or a couple weeks ago, told me there's this doctor. But this is not the way to do the work. This is not the way to do business here. You have to disclose who the doctor is. It's her treating doctor. It's as if plaintiff would not disclose her treating doctor. It's the equivalent of that.
And then isn't it fair to say that the receptionist was identified in prior witness lists?
Never identified. It just says random person. There's not even a name there. So I would say this, Your Honor, I don't know what the doctor servants outside. Okay, well, fine. So I don't get it posing not a big deal. But this random person that they're bringing up that was never even named, you don't even have an actual substance name. The only time I learned about this person's name was yesterday when in that defendant's memorandum, they brought up this person, Tiara Malcolm. It's not even on the witness list. I don't even know who she is. So in the middle of the trial, when I'm not able to depose this person and do nothing with her, they're just going to randomly throw out this person. Well, let's bring this person into trial. It's not fair, Your Honor.
All right, clear from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. First of all, regarding Cedars-Sinai, Dr. Finke was associated and affiliated with Cedars-Sinai. The building is the Medical Center of Beverly Hills, and that's the reason for the reference to Cedars-Sinai. Second, I'm going to start with the prejudice argument, which is that they didn't know who these people were. Actually, plaintiff testified yesterday that within a few weeks of this February 2018 incident, she called Ms. Malcolm. She worked in the building. She knew Ms. Malcolm. She knew Dr. Finke, who came out, and they didn't identify them. They knew them, and they didn't identify them. So to say that, well, he's been prejudiced because he didn't take their depositions, she's known since 2018 who the doctor was and who Tiara was.
You said there was testimony yesterday or in her deposition?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday, I specifically asked her, did you contact Tiara Malcolm? And she said yes.
I disagree with that.
Sorry. Yeah. So, but to me, the prejudice argument makes no sense. She worked in the building. She knew Tiara. They did not disclose those names in discovery. Now, on the other hand, they say that this doctor was Cardi's treating physician. That's absolutely wrong. Her treating physicians are in the East Coast. She was here on work, and she was pregnant. She asked to speak to someone. Someone made arrangements for her to go in. She met with Dr. Finke that day, 15 minutes and left. 3 years later, they asked who this person was. No one knew. We asked who it was. Previous counsel asked. The only way, because they didn't disclose these names, the only way we found out was through Mrs. Moore's diligent work, which resulted, for example, in 2024, we identified Dr. Finke because she had actually literally, tried to contact every doctor in that office, finally pulled a photograph of the doctors from the website, showed them to Cardi, and she said, yeah, it's that one. And then we promptly identified it. Tiara, we had no clue. Cardi had gone to that office that day. She didn't go around and memorize the names of the receptionist or anyone else. The only one who knew Tiara's name until July 28th of this year is plaintiff, who contacted her and worked in the same building. So, I mean, this idea that we should have, or prior counsel should have identified them, the problem is based on the assumption that Dr. Finke is Cardi's, and that's exactly what they say. Dr. Finke was her treating physician. That's absolutely false. She was traveling. She went in to see him. She saw him one day, and that was the end of it. And then 3 years later, someone asked, well, what was his name? And she said, I don't know his name. Now,
I'm sorry, so Dr. Is it Finke?
Finke, or Finke.
That person was on the prior witness list?
Yes. That was served in 2024. By then, Ms. Moore had tracked him down.
So, Mr. John Fazza, can you respond to that? According to the Moore declaration, that they identified Dr. Finke in early May?
I will look at that, Your Honor, right now, but to paint the picture that plaintiff knew Tiara Malcolm's name is false. To paint a picture that you go to a doctor's office and you're not their patient is also false. It would be an impossibility for that to occur. And I'm sure Dr. Finke will testify that Cardi B is his patient, Your Honor.
Dr. Finke, I can make an offer of proof, will testify that he met her that day, saw her that day. They had minimal contact, 15 minutes, and had never heard from her again until we contacted him and added him to the witness list. I also would note Dr. Finke will testify that counsel went into his office multiple times, including by not only going through the reception area, but going through the back door, asking everyone there, do you know anything about this incident? Do you know anything about this incident? Repeatedly tried to contact Dr. Finke over the last 4 or 5 years. That's what Dr. Finke will testify if he's called upon to do so.
Okay, so let me do this. We got the jury's getting checked in. Do you have a rough from yesterday regarding that testimony?
I think we have a actually final, I believe, and so I'm not sure we have it with us, but we will submit it.
Okay, I want to see the testimony, so we'll resume the argument on this issue because we won't plan on calling them today, correct?
Depends on what. Yeah,
That's fine. Because we're here now, I want to add a sentence.
Okay.
Okay, because it's about me. Okay, I'm declaring under penalty of perjury. I did not go into his doctor's office.
Okay.
That is an absolute lie and false.
Okay.
And I don't think that's right.
Could I say one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. This whole case is about, even by her own testimony, an altercation, an argument when two people came out of the doctor's office. When that was all that prior counsel knew and that party knew, that's what she stated in the interrogatory response in January of 2022. That two people, that witnesses included two people who came out and separated them. The only person who knew that was plaintiff, and she failed to disclose.
Okay, all right. I think we're still checking in our witnesses. Jurors. Should we check in now?
Thinking about the doctor that I'm going to call at 9:30. Sure. So he does have a CV, and I know that the other side may say that I can't even introduce the CV because they won't even let me do anything. So I want to know if they're going to object to producing the CV to the doctor to review and to have it admitted as evidence.
And it's a hearsay document, right?
It's exhibit number 9. It's the doctor's CV and rate sheet, and it is, I'm gonna ask him about it, I'll lay a foundation. But I believe that it should be seen by the jury because it has all of his credentials and the court limited my time to 1 hour. If that's the case, and I have to go through 22 pages of CV, that takes 2 hours, Your Honor. I can't do it in 1 hour unless he's gonna stipulate it.
I don't understand this. We wouldn't plan on objecting to a CV other than, I guess it's hearsay, but if he wants to offer it, he can offer it. I mean, we have.
No, so I mean, so I'll just say, my practice is if the parties stipulate to admitting CVs, I'll admit them. If the parties don't, then usually it's hearsay, and I'm not going to admit it. I will tell you that to me, it doesn't really matter. Most of the time when I've seen it admitted, it's been in med mal cases. In other cases, the doctor can explain what his training education experience is. So it's up to you.
Your Honor, I will make this offer that both sides can have their doctor's CVs admitted into evidence. It'd be Rosenberg for them and Malkin for me. I'm willing to do that, so we don't have to waste jury's time on this.
I expect that we anticipate doing what Your Honor described, saying that the witness can testify to what he did. If that makes counsel happy, then a reciprocal stipulation that CVs can be submitted.
Okay, great.
It's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you ready?
Yes,
All right, you want to bring in the jury?
Yeah, I might step away and warm up my food for my lunch. But listen, I like that blonde on Cardi because that black, I ain't really too much care for the black one yesterday, but that Cardi, hey, that blonde is.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're still on the record in the Ellis matter. We're now joined by our jury and alternates. We're still in the plaintiff's case in chief. And does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff will be calling Brent Malkin, MD. Can I get him real quick?
Sure.
Oh yeah, we gonna have to get the recalls for the witness. I mean the witness, because it seemed like they about to start with a new witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Certainly. Brent, B-R-E-N-T, Mulliken, M-O-E-L-L-E-K-E-N, M-D, F-A-C-S.
Great. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
podium, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you all for coming back. Good morning, Dr. Maliki.
Good morning.
Were you the treating doctor for Emani Ellis, who's sitting to my right here today?
Yes.
And what did you treat her for?
She had a scar on her left cheek.
Okay, and what is your current occupation?
I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
For how many years have you been a plastic and reconstructive surgeon?
Since 1995.
It's about 30 years?
Yes.
Okay. And early on in your, I'll strike that. Where did you go to undergraduate school?
To Purdue University for 2 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
At Yale Medical School.
And you did some work at Harvard as well?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I finished undergraduate in 2 years, and then I took a position at Harvard University. It was a graduate position in literature, German and English literature. So that was for 1 year. And then I went off to medical school at Yale.
And you're also a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Yes. So I've been, since 1995, I've been affiliated with UCLA. That means I'm a clinical professor there. So you teach the residents who are learning plastic surgery, and you teach the medical students at UCLA.
Okay. And we asked you to be here as an expert witness, correct?
Yes.
And a treating doctor?
A non-retained expert, so that's way above my pay grade.
Understood. Okay. In this case, and you anticipate to be here at least till 11 a.m. or 12 noon?
Yes.
Okay. And did you cancel all of your patients for today?
Yes.
Okay. And in order to be here, how much money have you lost in income?
Well,
Irrelevant, thanks.
So I would estimate 20 to 30,000 in the procedures we would have performed, the patients we would have seen and scheduled.
And the reason you did that is because you want to help your patient, correct?
Yes.
And in order to be able to offset some of the loss, you're charging $2,000 an hour to be here as an expert witness?
That's correct.
And when you serve as an expert witness, you tend to serve as an expert more for the plaintiff, more for the defense, or is there some percentage that you could tell us?
It's roughly 50-50. So I'm retained by defense firms and by plaintiff firms equally.
Okay. Is it your understanding that in this case, the defense chose not to designate an expert? Is that your understanding?
Objection calls for hearsay, lacks foundation.
Do you know of any other plastic surgeon that's rendered any opinion in this case besides
Objection, lacks
yourself?
foundation.
Have you seen any medical reports or any type of documentation from a different plastic surgeon
No.
related to this case?
No.
When you serve as an expert witness, isn't it true that usually there's an opposing expert on the other side who would then argue with your opinion?
Objection, lacks foundation, irrelevant. 372.
Much move on that.
Did you review 85 pages of medical records of Emani Ellis prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And if you were to look at your exhibit book that's in front of you, the one on your right, if you can go to exhibit 1. 004.
Yes.
At the bottom corner, it will say Exhibit 1-001, and then 2, 3, and 4.
I think the exhibits are over.
May I approach, Your Honor? Come in.
Yes. Yeah. So it's actually. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Do you see a list of Emani Ellis's medical records and bills?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
And for your treatment in your office, did you charge Miss Emani Ellis $6,500?
Yes.
Okay. And surgery center, $11,000?
Yes.
Why do you charge these amounts for the treatment that you gave for Emani Ellis?
Well, her procedures were performed in an operating room. So we have the operating room staff and sterility, and it's done in a JCO, meaning Joint Commission, approved surgery center.
Could you have done this outside of the surgery center?
You could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as sterile.
And you wouldn't follow that type of practice?
I don't do that. So,
all right. And in your review of the medical records, did you also see that Emani Ellis treated with 2 psychologists?
yes.
You reviewed all those records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
If we can just go to Exhibit 9, which is your CV. I just wanted to go over your CV a little bit. Your CV is 22 pages long, including your rate sheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 9 be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Go ahead. All right, so admit it. Thank you.
This is the first page of your CV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this explains all of your. You have 2 different offices.
I do.
Why do you have 2 offices?
Just one in Beverly Hills and one in Santa Barbara. So.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look through your CV, for example, on page 3, professional organizations, are there any that would be important for this case that you feel the jury should know about?
Well, I became board certified in general surgery and trauma surgery before doing my training in plastic surgery. So I then became board certified in plastic and reconstructive surgery. And I've done 2 additional fellowships, one in aesthetic surgery and one in microsurgery. So that's 10 years of residency after 4 years of medical school.
Okay. And on page 4, you have hospital affiliations. Can you tell us your affiliations with these 2 hospitals?
Yes, so I'm currently an attending at UCLA Medical Center. And previously I was an attending at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, but I gave up those privileges and now I'm exclusively at UCLA.
Then on page 5, you have some other information such as being a super doctor. What is a super doctor?
Well, a super doctor is 5% of the doctors in a community are chosen by their peers. So I've been a super doctor for 15 years and on various committees at the Blue Ribbon Committee. So I'm proud of those awards.
Do you do any charity work?
I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about your charity work? Is there anything else about your education that you would like to add?
Well, I'm in clinical practice, so I'm a practicing plastic and reconstructive surgeon, but I teach at UCLA. So I'm a clinical professor at UCLA. So that means just a teaching position.
Okay. Do you teach other medical residents?
Yes, medical residents, medical students, and usually plastic surgery residents. So they've completed their training and they're in their last few years of training. So those are the doctors that I spend most time with.
Now I want to go to this case and ask you some more information about this case. Do you remember seeing this patient, Emani Ellis, in your practice?
Yes.
Okay. And when she came to your office for medical treatment, did she provide a history to you?
Yes.
Did you use the history in your treatment and diagnosis of the patient?
Yes.
And what was the history that she gave you?
Well, she mentioned that she had been the left side of her face had been injured by fingernail scratches.
Okay.
So that was the basic salient history. And then I looked at her and looked at her wound. And so in order to determine what I need to do to help her out, I had to diagnose her problem. So I wanted to see if there was hypersensitivity in the wound. Hypersensitivity means, for example, if you have a splinter underneath your skin, it may not show much, but you can feel the splinter under your skin because it's hypersensitive. So I noticed that she had a focus of hypersensitivity on her face. Now, when I examine for that, I touch many areas and see if the patient's pain symptoms are always the same. In other words, if they always come from the same area. So that's how I made my diagnosis of her scar, the visible aspects of it and the hypersensitivity aspects of it.
All right, if you can go to Exhibit 4, to the gray, the one that you have in your hand.
Okay.
The white one.
All right. To what? What number? I'm sorry.
4.
Oh, 4.
In your medical evaluation of the patient, you saw her for the first time on November 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you advised by Emani Ellis or anyone else that Miss Ellis was seen by a different plastic surgeon before you?
Objection calls for hearsay. Black Foundation.
Sustained.
If you go to Exhibit 4-009, at the bottom, can you read for us what it says in handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Miss Emani Ellis saw Dr. Scher before you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Is it important to you when treating a patient if they've seen any prior doctors?
Objection. Irrelevant. Black Foundation. 352.
No, it's very important if they've done treatment. If they've done treatment, then I need to know what treatment they did.
Okay, so in order to do your work with this patient, Emani Ellis, you would need to know if any other doctor, such as a plastic surgeon, did any other work on Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked Miss Emani Ellis if she got treatment, did she tell you she saw a different doctor, Dr. John Scher?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know the Dr. Scher? Do you know him?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Scher has passed away?
Objection. Black Foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That's what I've been told. I didn't verify.
Hearsay. Move to strike.
Denied.
For a patient such as Emani Ellis, the kind of injury that she sustained, is it true that if Emani Ellis had came to you within a couple of months after the incident, that you would advise Emani Ellis to wait 1 to 2 years to determine if this cut would become a scar?
Wax Foundation.
Is that-
Oh, sorry.
Is that the proper course?
Okay.
For a patient like Emani Ellis who sustained a cut, how long should she wait before getting plastic
So,
surgery?
counsel, why don't you establish that there are different treatments, what type of cut it was, how deep the cut was, whether it was likely to scar, what he knows about the scar, establish some foundation before you ask him opinions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you describe for us the scar that Emani Ellis had when you examined her on November 4th of 2022 for the first time?
Yes, she had vertically oriented, in other words, up and down scars. There were actually two of them, but one was more prominent, and it was hyperpigmented, and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection, Wax Foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, scars can form quickly. Sometimes it takes a long time for them to form.
Do you believe it was correct for Emani Ellis to wait before obtaining the medical treatment that she received in your office?
Objection, Wax Foundation, calls for speculation.
And the type of medical treatment that you performed, isn't it true that during the pandemic, which started in April of 2022 for at least several months and years, there was limited availability for patients to receive plastic surgery?
That's very true.
And your office was shut down for several months at least?
Well, I perform a lot of reconstructive surgery and emergency surgery, so my office was never shut down.
But if a patient needed to receive the type of treatment like Emani Ellis received, and they contacted you in May of 2020 during the pandemic, you would not be able to work on them, or you probably would tell them to wait, correct?
Objection, compound, calls for speculation, Wax Foundation.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that a scar such as Emani Ellis's, when she came to you in 2022, the scar would basically never have gone away unless you performed some type of medical treatment, correct?
Objection, leading, calls for speculation, Wax Foundation.
Sustained.
Can you tell us in your on 4-001 in the HPI, can you read the four lines there, please, from your report?
In the which line, I'm sorry?
It's hearsay. Why don't you move on?
When you treated Miss Emani Ellis, did she tell you that she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did she explain to you that Cardi B placed her long fingernails with sharp objects in her face?
That's what she told me, yes.
Did she state to you that her face was red and hot after the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell us, when you personally examined Emani Ellis, did you see 3 lines on her face on the left side of her cheek?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
What is the significance of the 3 lines?
Well, it's typical for a fingernail injury when you have parallel lines going from the top to the bottom. So that's vertically oriented, so up and down rather than horizontally. So typically that's how fingernail injuries manifest.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained an injury to her left cheek from fingernails?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
I'm sorry?
It's sustained.
Oh.
All right, can you tell us, please, how many times you saw Emani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes. So there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her. So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling, which is a procedure where you place local anesthesia underneath the skin to numb the skin, and then you do deep microneedling at a depth of approximately 2 millimeters. It does cause the patient to bleed, but the bleeding is very small because the needles are very small. So then we apply various creams to prevent infection. And then we see the patient back in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So after that period of time, she returned. We had noticed some improvement in the hypersensitivity and some improvement in the hyperpigmentation. So I basically performed an identical procedure, also under local anesthesia. And after that, I believe I did not see her again. We may have Zoomed, but I can't recall exactly.
Do you believe that your patient benefited from the medical treatment she received from you?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the billing procedures and charges from your office and other medical providers, such as plastic surgeons and surgery centers and the like?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to review the medical bills for your office and other types of medical providers?
Well, it's a part of my
Objection, compound, and hearsay. As to the one part.
So it's my function as a medical director of a surgery center, which I've been for 25 years, to know the fees that are charged at the various institutions like UCLA or Cedars or in similar institutions in the community.
And when you examined Emani Ellis on November 4th of 2022, you performed an examination, you wrote a 4-page report, you reviewed medical records and medical bills, you spoke with the patient for how long approximately?
Well, we maybe spent 45 minutes total with her, but that includes the assistant going in, asking the questions, and then she transcribes it to an iPad, and then I go in the room, I do the examination, I record the results of my examination, and then correct anything on the iPad that I want to add to.
And to write the report of 4 pages, review all the medical records, review all the documents, see the patient, everything. That one day on November 4th of 22, you charged $1,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to make that same examination, go through all those steps today, you would actually be charging $2,500, correct?
Objection,
You can.
That's correct.
The fee has gone up because of inflation and the cost of medical care. Objection, you can.
Yeah, that's what it costs. So you have to.
All right. And the medical procedures that you did on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, the 2 procedures, each one you charged $2,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same procedures today, what would you charge?
Well, it would be approximately $6,500. If you notice in my initial report, that's the amount I quoted, but for some reason it was billed at $2,500. So that was an error, but it is what it is.
So then, in fact, the $2,500 charge should have been $6,500?
Correct.
Twice.
That's what it costs to perform surgery, in a surgery center.
And approximately how long does it take from the time the patient comes into the office, gets prepared for surgery, and is sent home for each of the 2 surgical procedures you did?
Well, approximately 2 to 3 hours.
And the surgery center has to be booked for a certain period of time?
Yes.
And you got to prepare it, do the procedure, clean it, make sure it's good. How long does all that take? How much time do you book the surgery center for Miss Emani Ellis on those?
Well, the 2 to 3 hours would not include the technicians, the surgical tech preparing the equipment, or the cleanup. That was just the 2 or 3 hours would be the time from the time the patient arrives, fills out the paperwork, the consents are given. We again talk about the risks and benefits of the procedure. We put on topical anesthesia. We let that work. We take them to the operating room. We put on, we induce local anesthesia with injections. We do the procedure. We watch her postoperatively to make sure she doesn't have any allergic reactions or trouble with her skin. And then we make sure she's dressed properly, has postoperative instructions, and then she's discharged.
And there's obviously different types of skin that you deal with in your practice, correct?
Yes.
There's lighter skin, darker skin, rough skin, soft skin. Can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in procedures that you would do to the different types of skin?
Yes. So there's a grading scheme from 1 to 5, and 1 would be a patient with very delicate skin, for example, a redhead, who might have very delicate skin and would not tan at all. It would just burn. So that would be Fitzpatrick 1. And then Fitzpatrick 3 might be Asian patients, Hispanic patients, patients of mixed race, and then up to Fitzpatrick 5, which would be black skin. So depending on the coloration of the skin, that determines what lasers you can use, what procedures you can use in a safe manner.
Okay, and what on that scale, what is Emani Ellis?
5.
5. Okay. Is there a difference? For example, if you take photographs of a patient with 5 on the Fitzpatrick scale, if you take photographs of their skin versus someone with a 1?
Yes, in general, in black patients, the lesions are less visible just because of the coloration.
And when you examined Emani Ellis for the first time on November 4th of 22, did you, with your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I saw other things that were, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark. I saw those things as well. But the main thing was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained injuries to her left cheek from fingernails?
It's actually last foundation called speculation.
What is your opinion as to where Emani Ellis obtained the scar in her left cheek?
Well, the most likely.
What was the size of the scar? Did you measure it?
Yes. It was approximately 2 centimeters that I noted. That was the main scar.
Can you tell us approximately how long it was 2 centimeters in inches?
Yes, so an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so it's a little less than an inch.
Two centimeters is approximately 1 inch, or a little less?
2.5.
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
Is about an inch. Yeah.
Why was it? Why was hypersensitivity important in this case?
Well, hypersensitivity is a very unpleasant sensation, and it's often associated with scars. So my job is not just to make the scar look better, but it is to reduce the hypersensitivity. That's in some respects the most important thing, is to reduce the hypersensitivity in the scar.
And when you examined the scar earlier, you testified that you were of the opinion that the scar came about from from fingernails. Is that correct?
Objection leading, and Ms. Gertrude's objection.
What is your expert opinion as to where the scar came from on Emani Ellis's left cheek?
Well, based on the direction of the scars, based on the fact that there were 2 to 3 scars that were parallel and they were vertically oriented, in other words, up to down, based on the fact that the central scar was the deepest, based on the fact that the central scar started the highest. This is a pattern that is most closely associated with fingernails because the middle finger is longer than the index finger and the ring finger. So when the fingers are drawn down, the middle finger causes the deepest scrape, and the other scars cause a lesser deep scar. And they also begin later than the middle finger, because the middle finger being longest, it grips the skin first. So it's the highest. The central scar is the highest. And the fact that they're parallel is highly suggestive of a fingernail injury.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what does it mean for the jury, if you could explain, what does medical certainty mean when an expert makes that type of
51% or more. It's the most likely explanation. There are other explanations, but this is the most likely explanation.
And in order to formulate your opinion, you reviewed medical records, correct?
Well, I did, but that wasn't as important as the physical.
No, of course, I was going to go through a laundry list of what we did, but why don't you just tell me, what did you do to formulate your expert opinion?
The number one thing I did was examine the patient. That's the number one thing. So I noticed where the scar was. I noticed what symptoms she was having. And that alone, sure, the medical records are helpful. You always review them just in case there's something that might be important if you're doing surgery on somebody later. But the physical exam is the most important thing. That tells you what you need to do with the patient.
In how many cases over the last 30 years, and how many patients have you treated for assault and battery type of incident?
Many hundreds.
And is there an emotional component that goes along with this type of injury?
Objection, outside scope of his designation, lacks foundation, cultural speculation.
In your medical report under social history, you state post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, headaches. Is there any reason why you wrote that?
Well, that's information that the patient gave us. It's not a diagnosis I made, it's the information that the patient gave us.
And future prognosis, it says I would anticipate a 50% improvement in the scar. Was that, did the treatment you provide produce a 50% or more improvement?
I believe it did.
Was your patient happy with the medical treatment that she received?
Objection, cultural speculation, lacks foundation.
You can answer.
Oh, I can answer. Well, she expressed satisfaction with her procedure to me. I'd been very upfront with her that her likely outcome was that the scar would be better, but not gone.
I just want to ask you a few more questions about the medical bills. Your medical evaluation charge of $1,500 on November 4th of 2022. You reviewed that bill, correct?
Yes.
You believe that the medical treatments on November 4th of 2022 in your office were reasonable and medically necessary?
Yes.
Do you believe that the medical treatments in your office on November 4th of 2022 were related to this incident of February 24th of 2018.
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation, outside the scope of this designation.
Now, aside from your $1,500 charge and your $2,500 charge times 2 for a total of $5,000, there was also a surgery center charge from Neo Surgery Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those bills from Neo Surgery Center?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us a little bit about your background. Are the charges of $5,500 for each time you treated Emani Ellis in the surgery center, are those reasonable
Yes.
and medically necessary?
Yes.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And are the treatments at Neo Surgery Center related to this incident of 2/24/18?
Yes.
Objection, again, outside the scope of this designation. Thank you.
Okay, and just so there's clarity on the other 3 bills, the $1,500 one and the $5,000 for 2 procedures, you testified that those were reasonable and medically necessary, correct?
Yes.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Do you believe Miss Emani Ellis could benefit from any future type of plastic surgery?
Objection calls for speculation, argument as well.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Miss Emani Ellis needs any future medical care in your office?
Objection, lacks foundation.
In reviewing all the records and bills from the past that you've seen, and diagnosing the patient and seeing the patient, do you have any opinion as to whether Miss Emani Ellis needs future medical care?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Do you plan to provide Miss Emani Ellis any future medical treatment?
Objection, speculation, lacks foundation.
Open. You can answer.
Not currently, but I'd be happy to do it if she asked me to.
What would you be happy to do if she asked?
Probably more medical micro.
I'll sustain the objection and please describe what the response was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what future medical care you would want to provide to this patient?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Counsel, the established foundation that there's any basis for him to form an opinion that she needs any future care.
Is there any basis for you to form an opinion that you need future medical care?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She still has scarring.
And what could she get? What could she benefit from?
She could.
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
She could benefit from some more medical microneedling.
How many more treatments?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Sustain.
If she received one more procedure, what would the cost be for the entire process, which would include your charges and the surgery center charges?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
So it would be approximately $6,500 for the professional fee and then $9,500 for the surgery center fee.
So does that mean that the surgery center cost has also gone up recently?
Yes,
So is that approximately $15,000?
approximately.
And how much better do you believe the scar would be if she received that treatment you just told us about?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you have an opinion as to what benefit the treatment would give Miss Emani Ellis if she had one more microneedling procedure in your office?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
I would estimate she would have an additional 15 to 20% improvement.
Is there any way to get to as close as you can to 100%?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Do you have an opinion of how Ms. Emani Ellis can make her scar better than just 15 to 20%?
Well, she will never.
Do you have an opinion as to what type of, well, strike that. Do you have an opinion as to the percentage of improvement that Ms. Emani Ellis can have if she has more than just one procedure in your office?
Objection, lacks foundation.
I can't say. It would take another treatment to determine that. If she had no further benefit, then that would be the end of the treatment. If she had further benefit, then that would justify more treatment.
And then I want to ask you a little bit more about medical treatment on a lean basis. Can you tell us what percentage of your practice do you treat patients on a lean basis?
A very small percentage.
Is it less than 10%?
Probably, yes. I don't know the exact number, but probably, yes.
Most of your patients pay out of pocket themselves they pay cash or credit card, correct?
Objection,
Yes, they pay, cash, or I have charity, so they pay nothing.
When you treat a patient on a lean basis, does that mean, I'll strike that. When a patient treats on a lean basis, isn't it true that the lean is created simply for your added protection?
Objection, leading.
Does Ms. Emani Ellis owe you in your medical practice $17,500?
Yes.
And no matter what the outcome is of this case, she still owes you that money.
Objection, leading.
That's correct.
And you've agreed to wait until this case is resolved before pursuing your medical bills?
Objection, leading.
Yes.
Is that common practice when you treat patients on a lean basis?
Yes.
And medical, isn't it true that all types of different medical providers treat patients on a lean basis?
Objection, leading. Lacks foundation.
Have you seen other types of medical doctors treat patients on a lean basis?
Yes.
And you've seen surgery centers do that?
Yes.
Pain management doctors?
Yes.
Chiropractors?
Yes.
Dentists?
I've seen all types of doctors perform surgeries on a lean. Yes.
If you can go to exhibit number 5, please, in your book. Are you there now?
I am, yes.
Do you see a report from a Dr. Norman for treatment on July 23 of 25?
Yes,
Did you review this report and bill?
I did.
Is this the most recent medical visit that Emani Ellis received to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
Is this treatment at Dr. Norman's office the most recent medical treatment that you're aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, this is an excluded
Document has not been excluded.
and lacks foundation.
So you're asking him if he knows whether she saw another doctor after this visit?
In reviewing,
How do you know that?
in reviewing the medical records and bills, the 85 pages, I want to establish that this is the last medical visit that the plaintiff has received.
How does he know that?
By reviewing the medical records, Your Honor.
That's
Isn't it true that after July of 23 of 25, there are no further medical records that you've reviewed?
I don't know.
Did you take photographs of the patient when she first came in on November 4th of 22?
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
In reviewing your medical records and bills and reports, did you confirm that Ms. Emani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes.
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
Yes.
And because she's a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, leading, last listening.
Isn't it true that when you saw Emani Ellis on those 3 occasions, you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs?
Objection, leading.
Actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition, the defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay.
There's a total of 12 photographs, correct?
Yes.
These are the photographs that you took in your medical office?
Well, these are so low resolution copies of the photographs. Yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs, correct?
Well, you can still see it, but it's you don't see detail.
Is it common practice to take photographs of your patients when they come in before they do procedures?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible. So if you have a photograph, I don't always operate on patients right away. Sometimes it's months later. And then I like to have an accurate photograph.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
Well, I don't know that there's any foundation that those are the photographs that you took.
I can ask you, Your Honor, if you want. Will counsel stipulate to the photographs?
Which ones? Why don't we not propose stipulation in front of the jury? Sorry.
Can you look at the blue exhibit book in front of you? Yeah. Defendant Exhibit 228.
Okay.
Request to publish, Your Honor.
I don't know that he's like, do you know?
If you look at this photograph, color, is this a better photograph of Emani Ellis' scar?
Yes.
And this is a photograph that was taken in your office on November 4th of 22 by your office staff, correct?
Yes.
And you maintain your photographs in your office as part of your business records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm requesting to show the witness Exhibit 228 on the Elmo so he can confirm details about this photograph.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
going to use a pen, and if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
Counsel, there's a pointer there. If you would just want him to get down, he can use the pointer on the screen.
There's a pointer there behind you. And if you could just show us where the scar is located.
Let's see. So this is a terrible picture. Sort of, oh, there you go. That's better. No, it's not good. Okay, there's the main scar here. And this entire area here shows differences in the skin, sort of a general area that's very different from the rest of the skin. And there's a little linear mark here, and there's another one over here. So those are the three marks that I was talking about. This is the main scar down the center, and this is another mark to the side. Here's another mark on this side. So those are the scars, and this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different. The pores are of different size, and they're a little washed out and a little, they've lost some of the normal undulations of skin, which are called breeding pegs. But that happens often with scar.
Okay, and if we look at this, this photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Emani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick, and it appears she's wearing something.
Thank you. And if on the Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objection, calls for speculation, not foundation.
Did, in your medical opinion, did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, lacks foundation, non-justification.
Did Miss Emani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
And if you could just tell us again a little bit about the hypersensitivity, is that associated with any pain?
Yes, it's a dysesthesia, meaning an abnormal sensation that's unpleasant. A dysesthesia.
The procedure that you did it take the hypersensitivity away, to your knowledge?
It reduced it. It did not take it away.
Do you know approximately by what percentage?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. Hearsay.
When you say it reduced it, is that's your expert opinion, correct?
Objection, leading, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, and it's hearsay.
And then I just want to ask you a little bit more about whether the type of injury from fingernails would cause a break in the skin or cause there to be blood. Do you have an opinion about that?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Would you have expected Emani Ellis in the type of injury that you see here to have suffered any blood loss?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
And patients in Fitzpatrick 5, do they have more of a tendency to, do their scars become keloids?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Once you saw the foundation.
Do you have experience with keloids?
Yes.
What is a keloid?
The keloid is an overgrowth of scar tissue from the original scar.
Do patients in Fitzpatrick 5 have more tendency to have their scars turn into keloids?
Yes.
And why is that?
We don't know.
Do you believe that Emani Ellis' scar was a keloid when you examined her on November 4th at the Protection Life Foundation?
No.
Are there any future appointments for Miss Emani Ellis to see you in the future?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break? Why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll be back at 10:45. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 10:45.
Hold on, 10:45. 11, 12, 1. It's 2 o'clock. It can't be. They're 3 hours behind us, right? I don't know. We here. Y'all. For those who wondering what's going on, I'm cold, okay? I am freezing. I got a heating blanket on. A blanket. I am cold. They definitely milking it. Okay, all this micro needle and all that is, yeah, they milking it. The picture said it all. Cause I'm like, either at first I'm like, okay, maybe it's puffy. Remember the half hour delay. You right. But yeah, they now, although we know they milking it, do you think that Cardi B caused the injury though? The scratches that started the whole chain of events. So let me see. Cause we all done seen them claws, okay? Cardi B definitely be wearing them long, and she ain't got them on day. All right, I started a poll because that's gonna really be the question. Because if the jury believes that Cardi B did indeed scratch, okay, the victim, then everything else is just to follow. Now, of course, they doing a little bit too much for a scratch. But however, the question will be, did Cardi B cause a scratch that they took overboard? You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. A lot of people struggling with yes or no. Some people still say, I don't know. Y'all make sure y'all hit that poll. Look like bad skin with cheap makeup. Oh, looks like she scratched her pop when she was 12. Oh my gosh. I wear long stilettos. You will actually end up stabbing instead of scratching. I ain't gonna lie. I was thinking that too. I don't wear them. I for sure don't like that long of a nail. And I don't like nails with a point, me personally. But I was thinking that I would think more so it would cut like a blade, if anything, you know. I said put some Neosporin on it. Look, she went to a whole surgeon, okay? Mickey, how much is she suing for? So the initial claim is for $25K. However, you have to include medical bills, and I think that's about $36,000. Plus lost wages in the past and future, because she said this is preventing her from working. I think that's a little far-fetched. Past, I get. Future is crazy, but hey. Yeah, but y'all gotta remember, getting caught in a lot ain't particularly gonna lose her the case, okay? You know, again, the key question here is gonna be if the jury believes Cardi B did scratch her. From that point forward, it's just the question is gonna be, did she do it? Did she do it? Also, another question would be, if it was up to me, did she do it? And did Cardi B do it in self-defense too? Because remember, it's up in the air. One side is saying it was just a full-on attack. The other side is saying no, she was recording her, whatever, and they both was engaged into this argument. So it has came out yesterday that the victim was swinging and somebody stepped in and basically caught the blows instead of Cardi B. So it's going to be a matter of, did Cardi B do it and was it in self-defense? If you believe Cardi B didn't do it on purpose or out of malice, right, then Cardi B probably going to win. But if you feel like Cardi B did it just because she wasn't trying to be recorded or she thought she was being recorded, then Cardi B might lose this. So it's up in the air. I don't really have a vote right now. I'll be honest, I told y'all I was a little biased, okay, because I done covered stories and we done seen just from the blog standpoint, Cardi B done been in a couple situations when she shows out to be a little bit aggressive, okay? So in my mind, I will probably go with, I think Cardi B scratched her. However, I also feel like it was a mutual exchange of anger between the two. So that's where I would be like, kind of like, I don't think she like did it just to like it was something extra, you know what I'm saying? But I do feel like she scratched her because with them long nails, especially if somebody is like you going back and forth with somebody, you can't help, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't help it. So I do think she scratched her. I don't know though, because I know the victim is claiming that Cardi B paid the building to get rid of the footage. Because I see a lot of y'all asking about the footage. It has been alleged in a lawsuit that Cardi B paid the building to get rid of the footage. Also, again, like from how the medical doctor was saying, I kind of feel like it's not gonna be a photo or a video of like a bunch of blood or anything coming out of her face and anything like that. Jay said, "Come on, Mickey, you know homegirl scratching. She just want to check." Oh, stretching, LOL. She just want to check. We could all sue for $1 million because of a fingertip. You know how many times my BM put her nails in my face? Hey, if your BM Cardi B, you better sue her. I'm just saying, okay? But hey. What's up, Jody? Jody said, "Cause no pics after the scratch. So how we know any scratches / scars wasn't from the car accident?" That's a good point. But hold on, I think the dates. What was the dates? I know one car accident was 2023. What was the other? But I think they got the records for those accidents though. What was the records for the accident? I know it was 2023. What was the other one? Was it the other one 2022? Because I think she had, when she had started 2021, 2022. They said the dates yesterday. I didn't remember. I don't remember what the actual dates was. So it depends on what the dates are. No, she was filming her on her own cell phone. Where her video from her? She's being accused of filming Cardi B on her phone. But I believe her whole rebuttal is that she was not filming her and Cardi B was just being over paranoid and over dramatic. So I think I doubt she will cough up any cell phone footage when her whole claim is that she wasn't filming her and that, Cardi B was overreacting. If this was a domestic dispute between a male and female, they both would be locked up, held accountable for participating in the fight / violence. Yeah, but it's not because, domestic situations is a little different. However, In a regular assault case, it would be whoever initiates it. So that's up for question 2. Hold on, y'all. All right, so it would definitely be whoever initiated. And according to the story, you know what I'm saying? Cardi B will be the initiator based off thinking she's being recorded. She from New York. What you expect? That girl's up there. Well, this ain't New York. That's not okay. Now again, I do think it was a mutual back and forth with them. But at the same time, just because you from somewhere, it doesn't give you the right to be aggressive in all situations. You got to know how to turn that on and off. Okay. Hell, she done called a assault case in New York. Remember the strip club situation? Remember, I thought this case was about the strip club situation. So I feel like in times like this, she should have had her security do something about it instead of her. You know what I'm saying? Even though she could have still been held liable, it wouldn't been at this degree. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel like Cardi B did do the scratch. However, I don't think it was just like Cardi B attacked her, because I was about to lie. I have seen Cardi B in person when she came down here some years ago. She's very petite. This witness or this victim, I mean, she looked like she got some weight on her. I don't know her size, but she looked like she got some weight on her. And I just, especially a security officer, ain't no way you getting pushed around like that. I'm just saying, okay? I just feel like it's mutual, okay? It's mutual. Because did this ever go criminal? I don't think so. Because if it went criminal, they probably would have both got locked up or charged. And sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, here, where I'm from, the first person to go to the police be the victim. Like, you could have been defending yourself, but if the other person say, you know, what the other person tell, they end up going to the police, they will charge. Oh my God, my allergies. Like, I sneeze. Hold on. All right. Right, so we'll see. Will this be her learning lesson, y'all, where she learns to keep her hands to herself or not? Because they are, I ain't gonna lie, that's a lot. But then again, we thinking from regular day people, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, if a millionaire scratched me, I might need to go see Dr. Jekyll or whatever his name. I know that was his name. I don't know why I said Dr. Jekyll, but anyway, I might need to hit him up to run this up. I have done some time as a paralegal for a accident law firm, and that's what they do, run up them bills, because it helps with the settlement offer. Okay, so in that area, it makes sense, because that's what they want you to do. You get more like that. Are we back?
I think the local rules are pretty specific regarding offering stipulations in front of the jury, which you're not supposed to do, so please don't do that again. Secondly, local rules are also pretty specific on brief legal grounds for objections. I don't want back and forth on arguing objections. If there's going to be a request for a sidebar, we can address it that way. I don't generally grant sidebars, but I don't want arguments regarding objections in front of the jury.
Sorry, Your Honor, it was an error on my part. I didn't
That's right.
know that.
But you do want the grounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Brief legal grounds.
Like, here's it. Stop.
Your Honor, may I ask a quick question about a witness?
Sure.
So my client's mother is here, and she's her only day off.
Okay.
I want to swap her for the grandmother, or add her in as a witness.
Is she on the witness list?
Yes.
Oh, any issue with that?
It'd be nice to have 24 hours notice. We haven't been getting that, but
I might
I don't have an issue with that.
I don't either. We don't either, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it would be nice.
All right. You got 20 or 30 minutes across here?
I would say 30.
Okay.
And it's going to be Mr. Matt.
Okay. All right.
All right, y'all. I'll be in the comments. Look, this heat and blanket sitting up. My feet still cold. So I'm out to switch locations. So I'll be in the comments. I'm gonna get on my iPad to chime in. But I'm going in my room. Okay, it's too cold in this office right now. Be right back.
Joined by the jury and alternate, and it's time for the cross-examination of Dr. Mulliken. And sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
All right.
Did plaintiff come to you for evaluation or treatment in 2018?
Yeah.
The first time you saw plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022.
Your voice is very soft. Very sorry.
No problem. The first time that you saw the plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, trial exhibit 228, that was taken in your office before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was taken the first time that you saw Ms. Ellis.
Correct.
Could you please open the white binder to exhibit 4? And looking at the first page, Yes. Thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Ms. Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, you're not diagnosing Ms. Ellis with headaches or depression?
Correct.
Okay, and also according to this medical evaluation document, plaintiff told you or your staff that the scar was caused by another individual who placed their long fingernails with sharp objects in her face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
At the time of your evaluation, were you aware that Ms. Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I'm not sure if I knew then. I don't think I knew then.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Ms. Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek with both the index finger and the middle finger?
Objection, the state's testimony is overruled.
I still believe that to be true.
Sorry. Sorry.
In your previous answer, you testified that that was roughly what your testimony was at your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Could we please look at the deposition transcript from page 76, line 9 to page 77, line 3?
Do I have that anywhere? Do you know?
It'll appear on the
Yeah, I don't have a transcript. Yeah, I haven't produced one. This one I don't have. It was, we tried to get it from their court reporter, but they didn't get it to us.
I don't see any objections in the deposition, so go ahead.
Thank you.
In this action, are you offering an opinion as to whether or not the scar that you diagnosed was caused by the defendant in this action?
Well, I can't say it was caused by any one person. If you ask me the most logical explanation, it looks like fingernails to me, striking in a downward direction. That's the most plausible example, or the most plausible explanation for the position of the start of the scars For the higher position of the right scar, but it would be by a right-handed person to the patient's left side of their face, which is the right side that we're observing. Starting at the top, they both start at the right level for one being an index finger, one being a middle finger. The middle finger one is a little deeper and wider, as it would be on a middle finger. And then the index finger continues on down further than the middle finger scratch. So that would be the most plausible explanation for me, given the appearance of the scars and the finding of the scars. That's my opinion.
The only treatment that you provided to Ms. Ellis was 2 sessions of microneedling, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2023?
I'd have to check about the dates, but I believe so.
Microneedling involves the use of a device that looks a little bit like an oversized pen, is that correct?
Well, pens don't look that way. It has a head on it that reciprocates. It has a motor in it. So it's not really like a pen.
It's something that you hold, cylindrically shaped.
Yeah, you hold it in your hand, yeah.
And during each of those microneedling sessions, you moved that device 5 times across the 2-centimeter area that you're describing as Ms. Ellis' scar, is that correct?
Well, I also did areas to the periphery of that as well. So there was as I explained to you in the deposition, there was, and showed on the photograph, there's a larger area of changes of the skin, which I would characterize as scarring. So I did those areas as well. So it wasn't just on the main scar, it was also on the area to the periphery of that scar.
It was not, the microneedling procedure was not done on the plaintiff's entire face, though, is that correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we had a double negative there.
Triple.
You said it. Triple negative.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see, I forgot my face.
Did you do it over?
Yeah, thank you. Did you use the microneedling device on the plaintiff's entire face?
No.
And the actual process of moving the microneedling device across the plaintiff's the scar took you no more than 2 or 3 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, it's probably a little more, but roughly that.
Neurosurgery Center is your business, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're the sole owner?
The sole owner, yes.
And looking back, this is White Binder Exhibit 1. Turn to page 1.
Which binder, blue or white?
White.
Oh, okay. And what are we looking at? I'm sorry.
This is page 1.
I'm sorry?
Page 1, Exhibit 1-001. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I see that.
Did you create this document?
No.
Is it correct that the total amount of charges in this case between you and your neurosurgery center is $17,500?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that $1,500 of that amount was for your initial evaluation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That leaves a combined total of $16,000 for the 2 microneedling sessions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's $8,000 per microneedling session?
Well, it was a surgery done in a surgery center with surgery staff. So it wasn't really a microneedling session. It was a surgery.
I'll move to strike as non-responsive.
Let's just, granted. Please disregard the past response.
Your fee was $8,000. Scratch that. The combined total was $8,000 per microneedling session. Is that correct?
Do you mean just for the microneedling or for the preparation of the patient and the post-operative care of the patient? I just don't understand your question.
Are you required to be a board certified plastic surgeon to perform microneedling?
What kind of microneedling?
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant can perform medical microneedling, the type of procedure that you performed in this instance?
Under certain circumstances and under the supervision of a physician, they would be allowed to perform that. But however, they would not be allowed to perform a surgery independently. So I don't want to conflate the two.
You also testified at your deposition that there's no particular formula that you used to calculate this $16,000 fee. Is that correct?
Well, it's based on my experience as a medical director for 25 years of what the usual and customary fees are for these procedures. So it's not just randomly chosen.
And it's your testimony that the fee you charge is usual and customary in this community? Is that
Yes.
You also testified earlier that the plaintiff was charged for your services on a lien basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on a lien basis, do you agree that means that if the plaintiff wins this case and is awarded money, you have a right to collect your fees from the award?
Objection misstates the testimony of the witness.
Well, I don't believe that's what happens. I believe the patient owns the money for the services rendered, regardless of the outcome of the case. So it's not just if the patient wins, it's regardless of the outcome of the case.
Has Ms. Ellis paid you for your services today?
No.
If Ms. Ellis had come to your office as a patient who didn't have a pending lawsuit and had the exact same procedure done and paid for it then, would you have charged less money than you charged in this case?
Well, there were many aspects of her presentation that would not be found in a typical cash-paying patient. For example, the hypersensitivity of her injury and the nature of her scarring. Those wouldn't be typically found in a cash-paying patient. So how can I equate the fees between someone who has injuries versus someone who comes in for cosmetic purposes?
You can't. Are you saying that there's no possible hypothetical in which the plaintiff could have come in and presented the same injury and not have been involved in a lawsuit and just paid you cash for your services?
Do you mean pay cash or pay cash 3 years later?
Paid cash.
On the spot?
Yeah.
Yes, they would probably have a discount of approximately 20%.
So in other words, you charge 20% more because this was on a lien basis.
Yes.
No further questions? Oh, sorry. One, two. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Dr. Mulligan, you testified about the injury being caused by a right-hand person or left-handed person.
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Assistant.
Does it, well, straight, could this injury have been caused by a left-handed person?
Objection, lacks
I withdraw the question. In this case, the defendant is a left-handed person. Does that mean that she cannot have caused this injury?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Assistant.
Sorry.
Counsel asked you whether this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember the question he asked you?
Yes.
I think he was asking what his testimony was.
Did counsel ask you about your testimony in the deposition that you gave on March 27th of 25?
Yes.
And during that testimony, counsel asked you and showed you a small segment of your deposition where you said that this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember saying that at your deposition?
I said most likely.
The fact that the person is, well, strike that. For example, I'm left-handed. If I take my right hand and I scratch somebody, is that possible?
Objection, lacks foundation, conflict scope.
When you said right-handed person, did you mean that the injury, in your opinion, as an expert, was caused by the right hand?
Objection.
Over.
No.
What did you mean?
Well, if it's on the left side of the face, the most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator, for want of a better word.
And
just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
And if you look at the perpetrator there,
Objection, Your Honor.
or I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at the defendant, Cardi B sitting there, she has two hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does the defendant have two hands?
You need to wait for the court to rule on the objection. The objections are wrong.
You can look. Please don't.
Yes, she has two hands.
All right. Cardi B, I will represent you as left-handed. In your testimony at the deposition, if you were to take that the way that they want you to take that, it would be impossible for Cardi B to have caused this injury. However, there's no question. The question is this: is it true that Cardi B, who's left-handed, could have used her right hand to scratch Emani Ellis on the day of the incident?
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
What's that? I'm sorry. No.
Objection sustained.
When you testified that it happened by a right-handed person, did you mean that the person actually writes with their right hand?
He said it was most likely caused by. That was his most likely explanation. Say who caused it.
Oh, how? When you said most likely caused, did you mean it was caused by someone using their right hand, or the fact that they write with their right hand?
Objection, compound.
That's my question.
My apologies. Objection, compound, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
Over.
It doesn't matter. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's just the left side of the face was scratched.
With the right hand.
Typically, if people are facing each other, it would be the right hand. It's hard to reach across with the left hand unless the person was standing to the side, which may or may not have happened. I don't know.
And in this case,
the defendant could have used both of her hands to scratch Emani Ellis if she wanted to. Isn't that true?
Objection. He's not a causation expert, I don't think, right?
No.
Okay, so stop talking about causation.
Okay, sorry. When counsel asks you about microneedling, the fact that it takes 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 1 minute, that is the actual time that you're working on the patient's face when you're doing that procedure, correct?
Well, not really. Yes, not really at all, because you can't just walk up to somebody and stick a needle in their face. You have to prep them. You have to make sure you're working on the right side of the face. You have to make sure your equipment is there. You have to make sure that the person is calm, that they're numb, that they've been numbed by topical agent, then that they've been numbed by a needle with lidocaine in it, and the patient is comfortable. They're adequately protected against lumps and bumps on the exam room chair. So you can't just walk up to somebody and cut their face. You have to do all this preparation. That's part of the surgery. And it's part of the surgery after the surgery to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction, or they don't have, welts resulting, or a burn injury that is incurred. All those are part of the surgery. It's not just walking up and cutting someone in the face. Yes, the actual pressing of the button might take 3 minutes, but without the proper preparation or the proper follow-up, it's not a surgery.
And in this case, when you saw the patient on the 2 times on February 20th, 23 and March 20th of 23, you performed surgery on this patient, correct?
Yes.
Was this an outpatient? Well, sorry, I withdraw that. This was an outpatient surgery, correct? Actually, outside the scope.
Oh.
So a surgery means that you're in an operating room with a certain level of accreditation, and you have a scrum technician, and you have a registered nurse, and you have a doctor. So those are necessary for the procedure to be performed as it is. And that's very different from doing a cosmetic microneedling where the depth is 1/2 of a millimeter, not 2 millimeters. So 1/2 of a millimeter doesn't break the skin. It doesn't draw blood. But when it's 2 millimeters, that's as deep as the microneedling goes. That goes through the dermis and causes blood. So that's very different than a cosmetic microneedling. It's totally different. And it's done in a different setting. So you can't confuse the two. They may be called microneedling, but they're very different. One is a surgery, one is an outpatient procedure done for cosmetic purposes.
And for the 2, if you can look at your exhibit book number 4, in the white binder.
Yes.
4-005 or 4-006. That's a 2-page document which says operative note.
Yes.
And we go to the one before it. I'll strike. When you wrote the operative note, is that the same type of operative note you would write for other types of surgery, such as breast augmentation or nose surgeries?
Objection, irrelevant, outside scope.
And back to the 3-minute question that you were asked earlier. From the 3 minutes, if we were to subtract the 3 minutes out of the whole procedure from the start to finish, how much time elapsed when Emani Ellis came to your office and left? If you understand the question.
Estimated at 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours?
Yes.
And you were required to use your operating room during those 2 to 3 hours?
Yes, the operating room or the recovery area.
And you used local anesthesia?
Use topical anesthesia first and then local anesthesia.
charge 20% more for patients that are treated on a lien basis? Is that because of the fact that you're required to wait for payment?
Objection.
Yes, 3 years. You have to wait 3 years.
Okay. And in this case, not only have you had to wait for 3 years, you also have to suffer the consequences of the fact that the bill was billed $4,000 less, according to your earlier testimony, times 2, correct?
Objection.
Earlier, you testified that your bills of $2,500 should have been billed at $6,500. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my fault.
And if the procedure is going to be done again, or at this time, if the same procedure was done, it wouldn't be $6,500. It would be $9,500.
Objection outside the scope.
Listen.
And at this point, Ms. Emani Ellis owes you $17,500 for the 2 surgeries and the office visit that she had with you and all of the paperwork and reports that you've created related to this case.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right, recross.
Nothing here.
All right, any questions from the jury? You want to write those out? I think these questions are fine to ask.
Sorry, can I ask?
have one? Sorry about that.
No problem. All right, some of these overlap, and so I'll try and combine them. Did you see any evidence of a scratch on the nose?
No.
Can you tell whether the scar that you examined was caused by jewelry?
It could have been. The most likely explanation, given the trajectory, is fingernails, but it could have been jewelry.
All right, can you offer an opinion as to the approximate age on the scar on her left cheek?
It's impossible to know because after roughly a year, the scar is mature. So it really wouldn't change very much. So you can't tell the age of the scar.
You used the term medical necessity, or I think it was asked during a question. What is your definition of medical necessity?
If something is, if the patient is likely to derive a benefit from a procedure, then you could say there's medical necessity. If they're likely to derive a benefit from it.
Generally, can a scar form without breaking the skin?
Yes, a scar can form by scrapes or by breaking the skin, either one. But it definitely can occur in superficial scratches.
So the court's going to ask some follow-up with regard to that. So can you describe how a scar can, or what the difference is between an abrasion and actually breaking the skin?
So the skin has basically the epidermis, which is the recycling layer, and then the dermis, which is the thick layer. Most of the blood supply is in the subdermal plexus, just below the dermis. That's where the main blood supply is. So the bleeding typically happens most when that dermis is completely breached. So a laceration that went all the way through the epidermis, to the dermis, and down to the subdermal plexus, that would cause a lot of bleeding. But for example, when we harvest skin graft, for example, in a burn patient, we go through the dermis. So we take a thin piece of the dermis and it's a bloodless plane, meaning there's not a lot of bleeding when you go through the superficial dermis. But yet, we know that people who donate have a donor area for burns. That area can scar considerably, even though the dermis is never perforated. So yes, a minimal dermal injury may not bleed, but can produce scarring.
I think you identified a scratch and then some additional scratches on the cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that all of the scratches came from fingernails?
Well, that's the most likely scenario given the patient's history. Could it have been a dwarf with sharp toes who jumped up? Possible, not likely. But it could have been most likely fingernails. But there are many other things that would leave 3 linear marks. But just given the patient's history, that's the most likely scenario.
And I'm going to just rephrase this question. Is it fair to say that when you agree to treat on a lien, you're deferring payment until the resolution of the pending litigation?
Yes. So we defer, always we defer the patient paying the bill until the case is settled.
But it's fair to say that, at least according to the terms of the lien, that the patient is responsible regardless of the outcome of the litigation?
Yes, the patient is responsible for the bill.
All right, thank you.
be any follow-ups based on those questions?
Just one, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Do you have any evidence that this scar could be caused by a car accident? Any medical record, anything at all?
Objection.
A car accident.
Outside the scope of its designation.
I agree with all of the questions.
I don't have any evidence, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right. Anything more to defend?
I know, please.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Pinnock, I have another witness to call. Another witness?
Yes. Your Honor, plaintiff is calling Emani Ellis' mother as the next witness.
Does she have a name?
That's right. Ms. Schmidt, what's the first name? Leanne Schmidt.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Schmidt. Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
E. Last name S-H-M-I-D-T.
Great. Thank you. You may take this seat. Please watch your seat.
All right. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted, is it?
No, she's not.
And how many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first.
Emani is the eldest.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Okay. Did Emani Ellis, during her time with you from 0 to 19, ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and batter anybody?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Never.
Scratch anybody?
Never.
Did anyone hit Emani Ellis in those 19 years?
Never.
I just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist, currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And what is a phlebotomist, for those that don't know what it is?
The phlebotomist is a Greek word meaning a person who extracts blood from a vein via tube to vein.
And do you work in a medical center or hospital?
I work at Keck USC School of Medicine. It's an outpatient laboratory.
You work for the university?
Yes.
As far as, are you aware of the facts of this case?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of it? Why we're here today?
Objection, here, sir.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis?
Objection, here, say that.
Counsel, unless she was there.
Were you there?
I was not.
Were you there in spirit?
Of course.
Okay. What is your understanding about
your daughter's profession in 2018? What was her profession? To your understanding?
I'm not sure what this is going on. So let me move on.
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
How do you know that?
Objection hearsay.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
And how do you know that?
I was there when she went on her interview, not physically there, but she did notify me of the interview, and she notified me of her hire date.
And, was her plan to continue in security and law enforcement?
Objection.
Why don't we move on what she knows, not what she was told?
Do you know if Emani Ellis was interested in being a police officer in the future?
Sustained.
Did you notice some changes in Emani Ellis after this incident of February 24, 2018?
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
Were you advised, did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face?
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left your home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
Objection.
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
And in those 25 years, did Miss Emani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand. But my question is, aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know is, do you have knowledge if Miss Emani Ellis, your daughter, sustained this scar from somewhere else?
Objection.
Something else outside of this incident?
No.
Do you have any information for that? So your understanding is that the scar to her face was caused from this incident?
Objection. Next foundation calls for speculation.
How do you know that the scar to your daughter's face was caused by this incident?
Objection. Lady and statement of the police.
Overruled. You can answer.
She did notify me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
Okay. How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
actually come to you.
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying? What happened?
She was hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B?
Actually irrelevant.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you learn it?
Daughter, this character was successful in culture. State and next foundation.
Aside from, are you aware if your daughter had any car accidents?
Objection calls for hearsay. Hearsay.
I withdraw the question. Were you advised that your daughter had a car accident in 2021 and 2023?
Objection. Hearsay. Last foundation.
Do you know if your daughter sustained injuries in any car accidents?
Objection. Last foundation.
Earlier, you testified that your daughter had contacted you after the incident. Did she call you over the telephone?
She did.
Okay, and if the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
I would say about 30 minutes after she called.
Could it have been a shorter time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Could it have been a longer time?
Objection. Speculation.
How did you come up with 30 minutes?
Based on around the time that she called, it was like a little bit right after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you, was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
And what did she tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Assisting.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32.
Correct.
In these 32 years, have you seen your daughter fight physically with anybody?
Not one fight, not even in school.
Okay. Would you consider her a peacemaker?
Objection. Last foundation. Calls for speculation.
Oh, you can.
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Emani is a very compassionate person. I believe that she has very good. She has very good character in terms of having a sense of sensitivity to others and how they feel.
Do you know what Emani Ellis does with her time now as far as work?
Objection. Last foundation. Hearsay.
Just
do you ever speak with Emani Ellis about her current profession?
No, not really.
And she's currently somewhere in the medical field. Is that correct?
Objection. Last foundation. Calls for speculation. And subject.
Earlier, you testified that Emani Ellis was spit on. Where did you learn that information?
Objection. Sorry.
Have you ever seen Cardi B before today?
On television.
How many times?
Too many to count.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 50?
Objection. Relevance.
When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long?
Objection. Last foundation. Calls for speculation. And relevance.
Does if you look at the defendant now, you see her fingernails?
Yes.
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Objection.
Short.
Last foundation.
Did you, when you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
No, they're always very long.
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is not normal, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions. You love your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
And you're here to help her, right?
Yes.
And you believe her.
Yes.
And you believe her even if You don't need evidence to believe her, do you?
I believe her.
Okay. Were you aware that when she was, when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, well, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you aware that your daughter, in an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi?
Objection, which states the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Allied for her misconduct that day?
Objection, which states the document.
Are you aware of that?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
Okay. All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Actually, I don't have any questions.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for coming down, man.
Thank you.
All right, does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Diane Schmidt. Can this witness stay here now that she's testified?
If she's not going to be recalled.
She might be recalled.
What's that?
She might be recalled, yes.
Then no.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will get her.
Thank you. Please stand right next to the court reporter. That's fine. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Diane Schmidt, DIANNESHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Schmidt. You're Emani Ellis' grandmother. You live in Las Vegas.
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I work for City National Bank.
For how many
Here
years?
in LA.
How many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired from there.
Did you? You are. I'm sorry. On how many? What type of basis would you see Emani Ellis over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month, unless business takes her elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born, in 1992 up until the present. You saw her regularly?
I saw her every week, every week. In fact, when she came home from the hospital, she came to me. Her mother was sick. She was sick for a while, but she came to me every week, and her and her other sister.
And you were involved in her day-to-day activities, her weekly activities?
Sometimes when she asked or whatever.
Did she ever get in any fights, to your knowledge?
Never. She was always the mediator. She always tried to keep things calm. She has 5 brothers and sisters. She's trying always to keep it. She's the eldest, you know. So.
Do you consider her a peacemaker?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
What is your understanding of how she got the scar to her face?
What is what?
Do you know how Emani Ellis got the scar to her face?
Objection.
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered in 2019?
Counsel, again, focus on what she knows.
Do you know if Emani Ellis was ever assaulted?
Yes, I do. She called me almost after it.
What are some of the changes? Well, straight. Did you notice a change in Emani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and she was shocked that she was reacted that way. And she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she couldn't make it right.
And the incident you're just telling us about, when approximately did it happen?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was, I don't know what the year was, but it was a long time ago.
When is your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would that refresh your yes?
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018?
Yeah.
Right after your birthday?
Yeah.
Did you see the scar to Emani Ellis's face after February 24th of 2018?
Objection, foundation leading.
You can answer.
I can't. Yeah, I did. She was, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like felt it damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
All right. Now, let's take it from birth, 1992 up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, did Emani Ellis, to your knowledge, ever sustain a scar to anywhere on her face?
Not that I know of.
Did you ever see a scar during that
Never.
time frame? And after this incident on February 24th of 2018, you, with your own eyes, saw the scar through her face?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And when she got plastic surgery from Dr. Mulliken, did it improve?
Oh.
You can answer.
Yeah, he was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you. Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to be a lawyer.
I understand.
But thank you. I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
She either has it or she doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
Okay. You You know she was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, but
That's a yes.
yes.
yeah, sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says so. You knew she was employed as a security guard, and you know that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi B.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
But
you can answer the question. Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
it was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired.
Okay.
By Cardi.
Were you aware that at the time, 2 days after the incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident?
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out. So she apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company that employed her for her own misconduct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did she ever tell you?
No, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection, misstates the document.
She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She didn't
She
tell you
just
that.
that she was like, her finger was all over her face. So I mean, it could be land anywhere.
Okay, but you only saw a scar, you say,
On her cheek.
On her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you notice a scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right,
Yes, Roger.
Are you aware that in the incident report the council asked about, your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernail into her face?
Objection. Outside the scope.
Are you aware in the incident report which council represented that your granddaughter apologized? Are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection that this characterizes the document outside the scope.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
I don't want to establish that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement, like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
Objection. Hearsay. Argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Do you have anything further?
Yes. If your granddaughter apologized, could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection. Isn't
it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their side
She's a
of the
fact
story?
witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
Sorry, one moment. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, can you cross? All right, questions from the jury? Do you want to write that out, please?
Do it.
Um, Ma'am, do you have an approximate time as to when Miss Ellis called you? Do you know the approximate time?
I really couldn't tell you.
Did she tell you how long ago on that phone call? Did she tell you how long prior to the call that it happened? Or in other words, should you say this just happened or it happened earlier?
Oh, she called me right after.
Right after?
And she was humiliated, so she was crying.
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
No. Did she during that call tell you that she was cut on her face by Cardi B?
Objection. Assisting.
Yes.
Did she tell you on the call that she...
So the question was about the time. It's not, we're not going to reopen a new area of testimony.
Okay, I understand. Did she call you the same day of the incident?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
Okay.
Your answer?
Yes.
And that was February 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. No further.
Ma'am, could you please give us the last 4 digits of your phone number in 2018? The number that Ms. Ellis would have called?
I had a different phone then. 818.
Do you remember the
Wow.
What was the area code?
Area 818.
Any of the other numbers?
Objection, ask and answer.
I'm sorry. I really don't remember.
I probably couldn't remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah, I know how that is. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Excuse?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we may have to recall.
Okay. All right. You can step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our lunch break. We're going to resume promptly at 1:30. As always, please do not discuss the case with anyone else, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30. So just to be clear, this witness, so Dr. McKenzie? By our jury, and does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff will call Nicole McKenzie to the stand.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state your first and last name and spell for the record?
Nicole McKenzie, NICHOLE,
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
All right, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Dr. McKenzie. Thank you for coming here today. Are you under subpoena to be here today?
Yes.
And you were served a subpoena from both sides?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing the person on my right, Emani Ellis, in your office, medical office?
Yes.
Do you remember why she came in?
For a workers' comp injury.
And just if you just tell us a little bit about your education and background, please.
What exactly is it you would like to know?
Yes. You're a psychologist, correct?
Yes.
You deal with emotional injuries.
Yes.
What else do you deal with as a psychologist?
Primarily emotional injuries.
Do you ever deal with physical injuries?
No.
If a patient were to tell you about their physical injuries, is that something that you would want to know for the reason of coming up with a diagnosis? Or is that just something general that you may or may not want to know?
Objection. I'm free to answer.
No.
Oh. Okay.
So when the judge will say sustained, then we will not answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Approximately how long after, sorry, do you remember the date of when you saw Miss Ellis?
Not the exact date. I believe it was 2018 just because of the year listed either on the subpoena. But it's been a while.
Okay, there's a notebook in front of you, the one on your right. If you could open it to Exhibit 4, I will just show you your own medical records to ask you if they are your medical records.
You said 4?
I'm sorry, number 2, I apologize.
Yes.
And if you look at the bottom right corner, in our exhibit book 2-001 through 2-023, all those pages, if you have a moment just to quickly look through and just confirm that those are in fact your medical records, correct? And you can take your time if you need to.
Objection, legal assistant for medical records.
Yes.
He's just asked me to look at this right now.
Yes.
At the time of the incident, did Miss Ellis advise you she was making $13.50 an hour?
Yes, according to the report.
Okay, is that something relevant? I mean, why would you put that in the report? Does it have to do with the lost wages, or why would that be in the report?
Objection, compound by foundation.
Okay.
Like I said, it's been a while, and so from what I can remember, that information is usually included in all reports for clients who come in for workers' comp injuries.
And at that time, in 2018, you worked for Management Inc.?
Yes.
And what is Management Inc.?
It is a psychological corporation that typically provides psychological treatment and evaluations for people who sustain industrial injuries.
Right. Have you always maintained a license of PsyD, or was it PhD at one point? Did it change, or it's always been the PsyD?
It has always been PsyD.
So you never went into like family, LA MFT, or you don't have any of the other licenses? You went straight for this?
Yes.
And how long does it take to get this type of license after undergraduate degree?
After undergraduate degree?
Yes.
Roughly 6 years.
So in order to become a psychologist after high school, you spent approximately 10 years, is that fair?
Yes.
And what is the distinction between a PsyD and a PhD? Is there a difference?
The main difference that I can report is PsyDs are more clinically focused on psychological treatment versus PhDs can also provide clinical treatment, but they can also focus more on research.
Okay. And before today, it's probably been several years before you looked at your medical file, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you no longer work at Management Inc. You opened your own practice or work for a different practice, correct?
I work for a different employer.
And when you worked for Management, you were an employee for them?
Yes.
Now, if you look at the first page of your report, date of injury, it says 2/24/18. Do you know if that's accurate?
Objection, Flex Foundation, cautious factor.
Sustained. It's also vague.
I'll represent to you that the date of incident is February 24, 2018. That's the date of the injury. And that's the date it says in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it says the date of your examination, April 26, 2018. Do you know if that date is accurate?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, and then if you go to Exhibit 2-5, the fifth page, there's another report which has a different exam date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was August 10th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into the expert reasons or the psychological reasons or anything like that, I just want to understand. You asked the patient to come back a second time, correct?
They were asked to come back several times after the first visit.
Okay. And if there was nothing wrong with them, would they come back for a second visit? If you know, do you know?
Flex Foundation, cautious speculation.
Sustained.
When you see a patient, not this patient, one time for the first time, and there's nothing wrong with them, would you see them a second time, or you usually say, I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with you, goodbye?
Objection, compound, Flex Foundation, cautious speculation.
You can answer.
I would see them a second time.
And if you go back to the page 1, which is 2-001, in the first paragraph, you go through a job description of what the patient came to see you for. You basically have a job description of what your patient was doing at the time of the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her job title from what you see? What would it be?
Security guard.
And you did a comprehensive psychological evaluation of Emani Ellis, correct?
Objection. Outside the scope of her testimony. Wasn't designated.
Yes.
How long did you spend with her on that day, if you know?
For the preliminary evaluation or the psychological evaluation?
The whole thing combined on February 26th of 2018. You may not have an exact time frame, but I want to know that based on your experience for this type of care, how many minutes did you spend with Emani Ellis on that day?
I cannot recall.
Was it more than an hour?
It may have been.
In general, when you see the patients to go over their emotional injuries, how long do you usually spend with them? Is it usually an hour, 30 minutes? I mean, there is a minimum, right?
Right. On the initial visit, typically an hour to an hour and a half.
Okay. And then on page 2-002 on that exhibit, towards the bottom, you, in quotes, have some profanities that are in your report. Is there a reason why you would write profanities in your report?
Just to capture the client's report in their own words.
And the patient told you that the celebrity made the profanities?
According to the report, yes.
And the profanities were F you fat ass, sorry to say it, bitch. That's why you do security. That's why I'm going to get you fired. That's why I'm rich and you're poor. That's what you wrote there, correct? In quotes.
Yes.
Do you have a dictation machine where you record them saying these words?
I write it down, and there are times when I did use a dictation machine.
When the patient was telling you this information, did you use that information in your diagnosis and treatment of the patient?
This statement?
Yes.
I can't say that I did.
Why is it important to write down these profanities in your report for a psychologist? Why did you feel it was important to put that in your report? Why?
With regards to workers' comp injuries, we try to document clients' statements using their own words.
Right. Are you aware that in workers' compensation, the applicant is held to the laws of perjury and must be honest and truthful in their reports of injuries? Is that your understanding as a doctor?
Yes.
And at the end of a lot of these reports, you yourself will declare under penalty of perjury that everything is accurate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, if we go to 2-004 at the end of your report, you do in fact write that and you sign that. Is that your signature there?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I further declare under penalty of perjury that I have not violated the provisions of California Labor Code Section 139.3, 139.31, operative January 1st of 94, with regard to this evaluation of this patient and the preparation of this report. Why is this paragraph always written in these reports? Do you know?
Just to make a statement that the information we gather is true to our knowledge.
Do you ever, or have you ever treated a patient on a lien basis?
I want to say yes. The majority of clients that come in for workers' comp injuries, I believe they're treated on a lien basis.
Okay. So what that means is you see the patients, you submit a bill, and then you wait to get paid at a later time. Correct?
The corporation would submit a bill and wait to get paid at a later time.
And sometimes they're denied. Correct?
Correct.
Do you know if yours was granted or denied?
I cannot recall.
Now, I really want to understand one thing. As a psychologist, if I came to you and I said, I broke my middle finger, I injured my left shoulder, I broke my knee, I broke my back, I fell on the ground and I hit my head and I've got a big bruise on my head and I have psychological issues. Would you really be focusing on the physical or would you be more focused on the psychological?
I would focus on the psychological injuries that were a result of the physical injuries.
Okay. So it would be nice to know those details, but you probably wouldn't write verbatim, word for word, the physical injuries, correct?
My focus would be the psychological injuries.
So if there were physical injuries here, for example, if there was a scar or a scratch or something physical and it's not perfectly mentioned here, does that mean it didn't occur?
I don't know how to answer that question. Usually, from what I can recall, if it's documented in one of the intake forms, I will address it or mention it, but I can't recall whether it was or was not.
Are you aware that in this case, the defense has designated a Dr. James Rosenberg as a psychiatrist in this case? Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that Dr. Rosenberg will not be testifying about any physical injury?
Objection, Your Honor.
If the patient that you see does tell you about their physical injuries, and you do want to know about it and put it in your report, or would you then come up with a diagnosis as to the physical injury or not?
No.
You don't treat any physical injuries, correct?
No.
If Emani Ellis came to you that day on February 24th, 2018 with a cut in her face, would you do anything to treat the cut?
No.
What would you tell her? You tell her to leave and go to the hospital or go to a medical doctor, right?
If a patient comes and they have a physical injury, typically they are referred to a physical doctor to address those injuries.
Aside from the cut to Miss Emani Ellis's face, did Miss Emani Ellis complain about any other physical injury to you?
Objection, argumentative, contrary to the evidence.
I can only report on the physical symptoms that were included in the report, and that states headaches and trouble sleeping.
Okay. But how about physical injury to the body, like her face, her neck, her back? Was there anything physical that was really documented by you as a psychologist?
I would have to read through the report, but I cannot recall.
And what is MMPI? What does that mean?
That's a psychological test.
And you did that test for this patient?
She completed the test, and it was interpreted.
And what does it entail to do the MMPI test? What does the patient have to do?
It is a questionnaire. I cannot recall if it's 500 and something odd questions, true and false, that ask about various symptoms.
And you did the test, you had her do the test in your office?
I believe she completed the test, and it was scored by my office and interpreted.
Okay. And you were paid for that test? You billed for that test, correct?
I believe so.
And after that test, on Exhibit 2-017, if you can look at that page, date of exam, November 26, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so after you did the test, you then decided to do a psychological reevaluation, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2 of that report, which is Exhibit 2-018, you have some diagnoses that you've written in your report.
Yes.
And you again declare under penalty of perjury that all of this is accurate, and that's your signature on Exhibit 2-19?
Yes.
And if you look at Exhibit 2-20, your office billed $600 for treatment on that date, April 26, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were paid for that or not?
I do not.
And then if you look at the following page, Exhibit 2-21, there's some additional dates which I want to go over with you. August 10th of 2018, you billed $300 for treatment. Is that correct?
You said August 10th?
August 10th of 2018.
2018, there's several.
Yeah, the first two, 150 and 150, correct?
Yes,
So that's the second time she came to you, correct?
I believe so.
As far as the records say. Yes?
Yes.
And then on May 18th of 2018, again, $150 for individual psychotherapy, correct?
Excuse me, for actual relevance of all of this, given that
Yes.
In looking at your bill, which would be Exhibit 2-20, 2-21, and 2-22. I count approximately 7 different dates of service that you treated this patient. Is that accurate? Did you see her 7 times?
yes, relevance, yeah. Foundation of also relevance.
And overall.
Is that true?
I can't say whether I saw her 7 different times.
Okay.
Typically, when clients were seen at the corporation, I would see them initially. They would then be referred to a psychological assistant for treatment. And then I would see them several times after just to sort of check in and do the evaluations on their progress.
Okay, I understand. How about this then? Ms. Emani Ellis, according to this bill, came to Managed Med Inc. on seven different occasions, 7 different dates between April 26, 2018 and January 15th of 2019. Just the number of visits. Do you agree with that, doctor?
According to the bill, yes.
And if my math serves me correct, the combined billing that your office billed Ms. Ellis or Ms. Ellis's work comp was $5,087. Is that correct? If you were to add $600
$3,787. Actually, it's there for you on the last page. 2-23, total lien. You see the total lien?
Yes, $5,087.
All right. And so then, in fact, you did treat her on a lien basis, correct?
Correct.
And then you do that all the time then, when you work for management?
Yes.
It's a routine procedure?
Yes.
Nothing improper to do that, right?
No.
Objection. Assisting.
Okay. Are you familiar with CPT codes?
Billing codes?
Yes.
Not that familiar.
But you have to know them for your practice?
I don't, because I don't bill.
Is it reasonable for a psychologist to charge $600 for 2 hours of psychological treatment?
Objection. Sustained.
It depends.
It's the objection sustained.
And the MMPI exam that Ms. Ellis did, do you know approximately how many hours it took her to complete the 500 questions?
Objection. Nice.
I don't know how long it took her. Typically, it will take the clients several hours to complete them, depending on their reading level.
Okay. You think it would be less than or more than 4 hours?
It might be less than 4 hours.
Okay, and then if I can go to Exhibit 2-13. In the discussion, it says that she was referred for psychological evaluation. Who referred her to you, you know? Sorry, 2-013 in the right-hand corner. And it's right under discussion in the second paragraph. Oh, sorry, first paragraph, in the middle of the page. Do you see that there?
213, the middle of the page.
Yeah, Miss Emani Ellis was referred for psychological evaluation. Does that mean she's referred to you, or you're referring her to somebody else?
She was referred to the clinic.
Do you know how she was referred to the clinic?
Most clients are referred through their attorney.
Okay, and that's the workers' compensation attorney?
Yes.
Do you know who that attorney would be? It's not me.
According to the report, it's the employee legal advocates.
And then in the next paragraph, it talks about the fact that she was conducting regular patrols at the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that she came into contact with a female music celebrity. Are you familiar? I wasn't asking a question yet. The question is this: are you familiar with the actress or celebrity, musician, rapper, Cardi B?
Yes.
You know her?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Through television.
Do you respect her work?
Objection. Sustained.
Are you a fan of Cardi B?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you have any bias to testify in favor of the plaintiff or the defendant in this case?
No.
No? You either way, you're just here to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
And further on, it talks about, well, let me ask you this. Why was it so important to document all of these details? Why are you documenting all of these details about the telephone and her listening to her voicemails? Is there a reason why it was there?
There's no particular reason. Usually it's just to capture the incident in the client's own words. And so we try to obtain as much detail as we can for the attorneys and those involved in the case.
Okay, and isn't it true that in your report you document that Emani Ellis was holding her cell phone
reportedly listening to her voicemails.
Objection, Mr. Gross, document.
So, to the extent that there's hearsay statements that are offered for treatment, that's one thing. And this doesn't relate to treatment. So your questions are I'm going to start sustaining the court's own hearsay objections regarding anything that doesn't have to do with medical treatment.
Thank you. The next sentence, I want to ask you if it has to do with treatment. Ms. Ellis reports that the person responded by saying, in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Is that something that you use for medical treatment and diagnosis of your patients?
Objection, your second.
Overall.
So what page is that?
That's on the same page. It's just the next sentence. Sentence number 4 and 5 on the second paragraph under discussion. You see where it says Miss Ellison reports? Miss Ellis reports.
And what was your question again?
So the question is when you wrote in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Did you use that sentence in your diagnosis and treatment of Miss Ellis?
No,
Why did you put that there?
just capturing the client's incident according to her report.
Right, and did you put these statements, the other quote and this quote, in your report to measure the extent of the psychological damage?
No.
And then you say after that the individual then proceeded to put her finger in the applicant's face, almost touching her nose. Did you use that sentence for treatment of this patient?
No.
But why are all of these statements in your report?
Again, just capturing the client's report of the incident.
And when you say capturing, did you record it, or is it something that you heard and then later on went and made your report?
Are you asking if I wrote them in my own words or the information was captured from the
I guess time passes. So, for example, if your patient comes in and gives you a history of what happened to them, and you're not recording them, and you're not typing it out right there and then, things could be lost in time, details. Some of them are, some of them are not. So the question is, are you taking down the history in real live time, like that camera with a 30-minute delay? Or is it something where you hear the history, maybe take down some notes, and you come back a month later and write your report?
in real life time, the camera with the 30-minute delay.
What's that?
Then in real life time, like the camera.
You do it that way?
Yes.
You had her on video?
Not on video, but either it was used, I used a dictation machine, or I wrote it down myself.
Okay. So if you write it down yourself, do you write down every single word in this report?
Yes, I'm capturing quotes.
How about when you're not capturing quotes? Meaning some of the sentences in here are in quotes and some are not. So do you agree that the ones in quotes are verbatim what she said? That's fair?
Yes.
And the ones that are not in quotes are not verbatim, correct?
Correct.
And how long after you see the patient do you make the report? How long does it take to generate this report?
Right after they leave the office or leave my office.
Okay, but isn't it true that sometimes you'll see a patient and maybe a week, a few weeks, a month will go by before you prepare these long 4-page and 10-page reports? Isn't that true? Because they do take a lot of time to prepare, don't they?
Objection, leading argumentative.
Sustained.
Your second report on August 10, 2018, it's 12 pages long. Who prepared this report? You have somebody outside, like a transcriber do it?
Yeah.
Okay. And between you and the dictation and the transcriber, isn't it true that sometimes the details could be lost, meaning there could be errors in the report? That's a possibility, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
It could be a possibility.
And you've had that in your practice. Isn't it true in your practice you've had that where there were mistakes and you have to correct them? For example, you make an amended report. Isn't that true? Sometimes you have to do that?
After the report is transcribed,
Yes.
it is reviewed for corrections.
And have you ever done an amended report?
Yes.
If the details of the injury, for example, as I explained you the story about me breaking my finger and my left shoulder and my left knee and my back, if that is not perfect, would you catch that to correct the report? Or is that something that's really physical that even if there's a mistake with that piece, you're not going to go back and correct it because your sole goal is to treat her for psychological treatment, correct?
Objection, argument, lack of foundation.
Have you ever gone back and corrected a report when there was an error about physical injury? Do you ever remember doing that?
Cannot recall.
But you've done it for psychological injuries, correct?
Objection, keep this.
I've done it for all that's included in the report, whether that's emotional symptoms, physical symptoms, or the general testing results.
Sorry, the next one?
Or the testing results.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure.
And just so we're clear, Miss Emani Ellis came to you for psychological injuries
Yes.
only.
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence and also lacks foundation. Hearsay.
Yes.
And that does not include physical injury, correct?
She was seen for psychological injury.
So if she also broke her teeth, would that be important for your psychological treatment of the patient?
Not for the treatment.
So when someone has a physical injury, do you refer them out to a medical doctor if they don't have one?
If they don't have one, we refer them back to their attorney.
So the attorney is the one that refers them out.
Correct.
Are you aware that Miss Ellis saw a plastic surgeon, Dr. Scher, in 2018?
Objection,
Somewhere around the time when she saw you? Did you review any medical records from a Dr. John Scher in this case?
I cannot recall.
Did you review any medical records from Dr. Avila for any psychological treatment in this case?
Objection.
Why don't you just ask her what records she did review?
What records did you review? Do you remember?
I do not.
And you don't have your medical file with you because you no longer work for that company, correct?
Correct.
And you have no way to get those medical records, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you reach out to Managed Med Inc. to get your medical records for this patient when you knew you had to testify here?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Is there a reason why you never got the medical records from Managed Med Inc.?
Objection is.
I don't think that's an issue in this trial, counsel.
All right, I just want to ask you what you did review, because I have the records. If you can look in your exhibit book, 1-004. You have that?
I do.
Have you ever seen that document before?
No.
Your Honor, objection.
You're going to go through all the medical records?
There's only a few. There's only three, Your Honor. Just three.
Ma'am, do you remember reviewing any medical records?
I do not.
Okay, she doesn't remember reviewing any medical records.
Your Honor, I was going to see if I could refresh your recollection with you just one more, if I may.
Your Honor, We object. This is a table that council prepared. It's not an exhibit.
I'll withdraw this question. I'll go to the next one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could go to Exhibit 3. Did you review any sorry, I withdraw that. Did you review any psychological records from Premier Forensic Psychology from Dr. Alex Avila?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate. And the ruling on the motion to eliminate relevant lack of foundation.
Did you review any records from, well, straight then. Let's have you go to Exhibit 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you review any of these records from plastic surgeon Brett Mulliken?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I do not recall.
Okay, and if you look at the HPI, which is the history,
We're not going to read from a document.
I will not read from the document. I just wanted the doctor to read the paragraph. If you read those 4 lines, does that help you refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when she saw you in 2018 and 2019?
For the history of the incident?
Yeah, don't read from the document, just read it to yourself. And if you just answer my question, in reading these 4 lines, does that help refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when you did treat her in 2018 and 2019?
Yes.
And why does it refresh your recollection? Without reading from the document, what did it do for you now, here, right now?
What's the date of entry, which was in the previous report I reviewed?
Okay. Anything else?
And just one of the details.
Okay. Without reading from the report, what detail?
I think I recall something about fingernails.
What about fingernails?
It's the same.
Okay. And then finally, I just ask you this question. I just want to know about the billing. Do you have any way to know if the bill of $5,087 was ever paid by anyone?
I do not.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
Okay, so I'm going to try to not overlap with counsel's questions, but I do have questions about some of the exhibits that he showed you. And first of all, just to be clear, you saw the plaintiff in April of 2018 because she had made a workers' compensation claim, correct?
Objection, this states the testimony of the witness.
Overruled.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, I'm going to make it easier, I'm going to use our exhibits. And I should also say, counsel was right, we subpoenaed you too. We appreciate you showing up. The court has authorized us to ask our questions of you so that you don't have to come back a second day. Thank the court. I agree though, but thank the court. So I'll take it too. So I have some of the same documents, but with different exhibit numbers, and we can display them. And the first one is, I would ask, counsel, we're going to use exhibit 206, which is the equivalent to one of the portion of the exhibit you were showing her. Is there a way to make that a little bit more visible to people?
Your Honor, I would object to showing the document because she doesn't have her medical file and it's a hearsay document that was prepared by Management Inc., and I was not provided the opportunity to show it to her.
I don't remember you asking, but do you object to it being published?
Yes.
Based on hearsay grounds?
Yes, sir.
It's the same.
I'm sorry, based on,
Hearsay grounds?
it's what I'm
Can you
looking,
take it off the Elmo service? It's not allowed.
what I'm going to focus
Why
on.
don't you take the document down for now?
He's doing that now. What I'm going to focus on are her recording of plaintiff's own statements, which are, of course, plaintiff party admissions.
Your Honor, I wasn't.
He's already questioned her on the same document.
We're not going to argue it back and forth. You can ask her questions if you want to put the document in front of her and ask her questions about it. That's fine, but we're not going to publish it at this point in time.
Okay. If you could look in the blue book for Exhibit 206, it should be tabbed and probably towards the end. You found it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize this as the same document counsel was showing you?
Yes.
And it is also the preliminary psychological evaluation done on April 26, 2018.
Yes.
And let's look a little bit closer at the second page that he asked you questions about. Could you read out loud the bold caption on that page?
History of the incident as reported by the patient.
And so everything that is recorded there is what the plaintiff told you in April 2018, correct?
Correct.
And let's look a little bit closer at the verification at the end. So if we go to page, the fourth page, and there's a caption disclosure statement, correct?
Yes.
And can you read out loud the last sentence of the first paragraph?
As to that information, that sentence?
Yes, thank you.
As to that information, I declare under penalty or perjury that the information accurately describes the information provided to me, and accept as noted herein that I believe it to be true.
And is it correct that what you verified under perjury was that you had correctly recorded what plaintiff told you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at any point, anywhere in this document, in this verification page or otherwise, verify that what she was telling you was true?
No.
Okay. Now, if we go back to the second page, the first paragraph after history of the incident as reported by the patient, could you read the first three words?
Your Honor, I would object because she's not an expert and also hearsay.
I'm not sure. It's first three words of what?
Of Exhibit 206, where she confirms that she is, the statements that counsel read are the statements of the people. Thank you.
The applicant reports.
Right. And third paragraph, the first three words.
Ms. Ellis reports.
And could you read the last sentence of that after Ms. Ellis reports?
Yeah, objection. He's only picking and choosing words that he likes. You should read the whole thing as a whole.
That's please open the speaking objections.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection for completeness.
Is overruled then?
Which paragraph again?
Yeah, the paragraph that begins Ms. Ellis reports, I'm only asking you to read the last sentence, full sentence, complete. Don't leave anything out.
Her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose.
Right. Is there, let's go to the second.
Your Honor, for purposes of completeness, I would ask.
You can address it on redirect.
Let's go to the third page. Can you read the first full heading in bold on the third page?
Associated physical symptoms.
Right. Is there any mention, well, first of all, is this a portion of the report where you record any physical symptoms that plaintiff reported?
Yes.
And even though this is a psychological report, you in fact, as a matter of practice and in this documented would have mentioned any physical symptoms that she had, correct?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Overruled.
Correct.
Anywhere in that, well, actually, could you read for the jury, please, the complete associated physical symptoms that plaintiff reported to you 2 months after the alleged incident?
Objection. I would ask that counsel can read and not the witness.
Overruled.
Ms. Ellis reports that she experiences headaches at least 4 to 5 times a week that last several hours. She is also sleeping more than she used to.
That's it. No mention of a scar?
Not in this statement.
No mention of any physical injury?
Not in this report.
And you took down this information that's in this report as plaintiff provided it to you, as you put it, at the time that she said it, correct?
Correct.
And you verified at the end, under penalty of perjury, that you had correctly recorded what she said, correct?
Correct.
If you look at the page 2 of this exhibit, 206, and let's go to the fourth paragraph. Do you see the language, it turned into a screaming match?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's
overruled.
Correct.
And that's in quotes, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is what the plaintiff told you, right? She didn't mention any physical symptoms. She just said it turned into a screaming match. Is that correct?
According to the report.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the report is correct or inaccurate?
No.
And in fact, you verified at the time under penalty of perjury that it was correct.
According to what the applicant reported.
Right. And I apologize. Yes, that's an important distinction, that it correctly recorded what plaintiff said, right?
Correct.
You were not verifying that she was telling the truth, were you?
No, typically do not verify unless provided with other reports.
Okay, if I could ask you to go to Exhibit 207, which is the other document that counsel showed you. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you recognize it? And feel free to thumb through it if you like, as the other portion of his exhibit that he showed you.
Correct.
And that is a initial comprehensive psychological evaluation with associated psychodiagnostic testing. Is that what the label is?
Yes.
And that examination was done on August 10th of 2018.
Yes.
So what, 4 or 5 months later?
Correct.
And if you look at the second page, it's got another history of the incident as reported in preliminary evaluations. You see that?
Correct.
That's the heading?
Yes.
And that's as reported by plaintiff in August of 2018?
Not on August of 2018. It's usually the information that was captured in the preliminary.
Okay, got it. And that also, in the third paragraph, states that Ms. Ellis reports that the celebrity's nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. You see that?
Yeah.
And then on the next page, associated physical symptoms, it still doesn't mention a scar or any physical symptoms, correct?
Correct. It's the same information from the previous report.
And you also, at page 12, verified under penalty of perjury that you had accurately set out what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's bear with me for just a second. You actually met with the plaintiff in 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you remember your deposition was taken in this action? You were deposed, you asked questions. I can give you the date if you like.
I was deposed. I just cannot recall the date.
Yeah, I don't either. It's here somewhere. But you did have your deposition taken, right?
Yes.
And you testified at your deposition that if you had seen any scars or bruising on the plaintiff's face when you met her, you would have noted it, correct?
If that's what I stated.
That's what you said. Would you like to see your testimony?
Yes.
You would like to see it?
Yes.
Could we?
Your Honor, I would object to it because it's not here to.
What's your legal objection?
The purpose of using it is not to impeach the witness. It's simply to reinforce what she's already said. She's already agreed.
I'm sorry?
15.
May I say one quick thing? This is our case in chief.
Why don't you just ask her the same question now?
Okay, fine. Doctor, if Ms. Ellis had shown up for her examination and had a scar or scars or bruising on her face, would you have noted it in your report?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
I'm sorry?
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
If you saw her with bruises and a scar on her face, would you note it in the report?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I believe I would on the mental status.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me for a second. If we can turn please to Exhibit 222. What is Exhibit 222?
This is a back depression inventory.
I'm sorry.
A back depression inventory. It's a psychological test for emotional symptoms.
Right. And is this a form that is provided to the workers' compensation applicant for the applicant to circle the symptoms they claim?
Yes.
And is this the form that plaintiff filled out on April 26, 2018?
It looks so, yes.
Okay. And you identified it at your deposition as the form that she filled out, right?
Correct. I think.
And could you read the, at the end of the first column, 5, question 3, what did she circle there?
5, the guilty feelings.
3, line 3, the very last line. On the first page. So if you look under guilty feelings.
Correct.
And what did she circle?
I feel guilty all the time.
And if you can turn to Exhibit 225. Is this the same type of form?
Correct.
And is this the form that she filled out on January 15, 2019?
Correct.
And what did she circle about guilty feelings at that point?
I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done.
Sorry, where was that?
I'm sorry?
Where are you reading? I couldn't find it.
Under guilty feelings, if I may, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I don't know what exhibit you're on.
225. Okay. Bear with you just a second. I want to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Isn't it true that Emani Ellis came to see you for psychological injuries only?
Correct.
Black Foundation poster.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Correct.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for physical injuries?
She did not.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for plastic surgery?
She did not.
Are you a plastic surgeon?
I am not.
Any reason for you to note that there was a scar there or was not there when you saw her in April of 2018?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Any reason for me to note it?
Yeah.
No particular reason.
And the question that counsel asked you about guilty is Exhibit 222, guilty feelings. I feel guilty all the time. Does that mean that she's guilty of something?
Objection. Black Foundation.
And then in 225, I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done. What does that mean?
Objection. Hearsay. Black Foundation.
What is the purpose of guilty feelings? What is this all about? Why do you have this in here?
The overall measurement is to capture symptoms related to depression. And so it asks about different symptoms that would meet the criteria for depression, like sadness, loss of pleasure, guilty feelings.
Can someone have psychological problems and have guilty feelings at the same time?
Objection. Expert testimony.
Isn't it true that no matter which one of the four were circled, it wouldn't have mattered for the diagnosis of this patient, correct?
Sustained. We're going to stay away from expert testimony.
When you have number 5 here, guilty feelings, does that mean they're guilty of a crime or something? What does guilty feelings mean?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you explain to us what guilty is?
Counsel, you need to move on.
One question about this guilty issue. When you have this here that says guilty feelings, does it mean that Emani Ellis is guilty of the incident, or is it guilty feelings about psychological issues?
Objection is
sustained.
Isn't it true that if a patient is coming to you for psychological injuries, they're not going to tell you about all of their physical injuries? For example, if she has a dental complaint, she's not going to tell you about her dental complaints, even if it's related to the incident.
Objection.
That's possible, correct?
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation, outside.
Overruled.
You can answer.
When the patients were referred for psychological treatment, they filled out a claim form. If the attorney on that claim form only put that we were to focus on the site, then that's what we focused on.
So it was the attorney, it was her attorney who decided what was going to be on the claim form. Is that your testimony?
I believe so.
And if the attorney put in physical complaints, do you think that an attorney would send that to you, or would an attorney send it to a medical doctor? If you know. If you.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, and then I want to go back to what counsel was talking about in the report where you read from. Exhibit 206, do you remember that one? Exhibit 206, page 2 of 4. Did you see that, Doctor?
Yes.
So counsel asked you about paragraph 3, and he read you the last sentence, or you read it,
her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. You remember when he asked you about that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. The sentence before it, I want to focus on that for completeness. It states, individual then proceeded to put her finger in applicant's face. You see that?
Yes.
Does that mean there was contact, or you're not sure?
Objection.
Do you know, I'll withdraw the question. Do you know if that sentence, the one I just read you, has any connection with physical contact?
Objection.
Or you don't know?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I know if the sentence you asked me to read has any indication of physical contact?
Yes.
Not that sentence.
Is there other sentences that do? That you can remember? Right now?
No.
From all these 23 pages?
No.
And you didn't read all the 23 pages, did you?
I did not.
And you, as you sat there for the last hour, hour and a half, it would be impossible to do that. You'd want to spend at least an hour to review all pages, correct?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Is spitting on someone considered an assault and battery for your treatment of the
Sustained.
patient?
Move on, counsel.
And in the next sentence, it says, Miss Ellis states that she tried to explain that she was not speaking to anyone regarding seeing the celebrity, yet the individual then spat on her. Is there a reason why you wrote this in your report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Just capturing the incident as reported.
And when the patient told you that she was spit on, did you believe her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you agree that spitting on a person is considered physical contact?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then if we can go to the 7th paragraph. Once in the lobby area, the celebrity's security guard approached. The applicant explained the situation and the security guard reportedly apologized. Do you know why the security guard of the defendant apologized to Miss Emani Ellis?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, let's focus on what she knows.
Did Emani Ellis tell you, after me reading that sentence to you and you reading it for yourself, did Emani Ellis tell you that the security guard for the defendant apologized?
According to the report, yes.
Yes? Do you know what she apologized? I'm sorry. Do you know why he apologized?
Objection, false speculation, lacks foundation.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, recross.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Judge, Your Honor,
I gotta take.
What's that? New pen for juror number 5, please. We're gonna have to rewrite the budget for pens and paper.
may I proceed?
Please.
Dr. Counsel had referring to if he had shown up with a broken finger, broken back, broken other body parts. Let me ask you, if plaintiff had shown up with physical injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, this exceeds the scope of my.
Overruled.
If plaintiff had shown up with scarring and bruises or broken back, even if she came for a psychological evaluation, would you have noted it?
If she reported it, yes.
Okay. And everything in the report, all the factual assertions, for example, at page 2 of those 2 exhibits, those are what plaintiff told you, and you do not know whether in fact she was telling the truth, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I did not receive any depositions or other supporting documents to counter what she was reporting.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I should separate that. First of all, everything that we've been talking about on page 2, that's just what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
And you don't know if that's true, right? You don't, I'm sorry, you don't know if what she told you is true.
Right, I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't
That's
there.
all the questions I had.
All right. Any questions from the jury? All right, Doctor, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. They're a little bit overlapping, but I'll go ahead and ask them. If a physical injury is not reported to you, is there any reason you would still take a note of it?
Do I just answer yes or no, or
You can
explain?
explain.
From what I recall, when individuals were referred for treatment, they were asked to fill out paperwork. On that paperwork, they were asked to document if they had physical injuries or physical pain symptoms. In those situations, I would review it and include those in the report.
So the court's going to ask us some follow-up. So when the patient is coming in, they provide their responses to questions relating to their history and physical, correct?
Correct.
And so they would note any physical symptoms, whether or not they related to the reason for their visit.
Correct.
All right. And that's all part of the form?
Correct.
Was it your practice that if the psychological trauma was caused by a physical injury, that you would note that on your chart?
Yes.
Do you recall actually seeing any marks on plaintiff's nose or cheek?
I do not recall.
All right. Any follow-ups from counsel regarding those questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
You earlier testified about the attorney filling out this form, and it's the attorney who actually puts on what the patient is coming to see you for, correct?
Objection is made ambiguous as to what form.
The form we just spoke about.
Overall.
Correct.
Do you have the form?
I do not.
Where is the form?
With the Psychological Corporation.
Right. So we really don't know what the form says at all, correct?
I do not.
So when the court asked you this question, you're not sure what relates to this case as a general response to the form as any patients, correct?
Like I said, I cannot recall.
And the question about well, straight back. Just want to ask you, the form that you're talking about that's filled out by the attorney,
The claim form is filled out by the
the
attorney.
claim form, this form that is at issue now, would an attorney ever put physical injury so that you would then treat the patient for physical injury, or every time you get the form, it's really psychological?
Objection.
I withdraw the question. I have no further questions.
All right. Anyone from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, just one. One of the questions, I believe you answered, that if a claimant comes in and a report of physical injury, that's included in whatever documents that the company generates. And you noted in your psychological report, is that correct?
Yes.
And so can we conclude from the fact that there is no reference to scars or other physical injury in your preliminary report that when plaintiff first claimed, plaintiff or her counsel at the time, made a workers' compensation claim, they did not report any physical injury?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I cannot recall.
Well, it's a matter of practice.
Well,
Objection
matter of
after that.
practice.
If they had claimed a physical injury, that would have been reported to you, and you would have included it in your preliminary report, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
Did we get the answer?
No.
I would have noted it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
there's one follow-up I forgot to ask about.
Briefly.
Yeah, briefly. Thank you very much, Your Honor. There was a question the court asked you. If Emani Ellis came in 2 months after, you saw her 2 months after, and you saw a 2-centimeter scar on her face, well, how do you know today if you really saw it or you didn't see it? Isn't it true that you don't know? It might have been there and it might have not been there. Is that fair?
Objection, argumentative, up to speculation.
All right. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Why don't we take a break until 3:15? As usual, do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 3:15.
All right, y'all. Y'all hanging in there. Y'all know this is a West Coast trial. Listen, that 3 hour time difference ain't to be played with. I have been getting myself wind down for the day because y'all know I be having to get up at 4 a.m. So I'm gonna be in the comments. I'm plugged up to the live on my iPad. So I'm gonna try my best to stay up for the remainder of it because they still got like 3.5 hours left. Not 3.5, like 3. Because if it's 3, it's 6:46 East Coast, so it's 3:46. So not that. No, I'm capping. They got like an hour and a half left because they probably going until 5. Yes, Jersey on. I got to go to bed. I got to get up at 4 a.m. Yes. Now I ain't gonna go to sleep right this minute, but I'm definitely like I just got out the shower. I got my dinner waiting on me. So yeah, I'm about to chill out. I got to get up at 4 a.m. and I am exhausted. Okay. But y'all know we've been at it since noon today. So about almost 7 hours. I don't know if Cardi B will make it to the stand today. If not, that means we're definitely gonna have a day 3. So we will be back at it tomorrow. But yeah, we're gonna rock out. They're on their afternoon break now. And when they come back from that, they should finish out the day. And again, this is a civil trial, so it's not as interesting as it would be if it was a criminal trial because it's more so, you know, how the jury is it plausible to have happened instead of like actually having to prove something. I don't know what they got going on, but after watching Thug Trial Group and this, they probably all can play rock. That's crazy. But yeah, civil cases a little bit more easier. They just got the people just got to believe that it could have happened, not that they proved that it happened. If that makes sense. So I'm in the comments. That hot shower made me kind of like drained, but
Alternate, and does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness.
Thank you.
looks like you gotta get on the stand now, y'all.
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Belcalis Almánzar.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
First, last, and the second.
Okay. BELCALISALMANZAR.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please. I'll mark this out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almánzar. Do you prefer I call you Ms. Almánzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, you can call me Cardi B.
You feeling better today?
Maybe.
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birthday is October 11, 1992?
Yes.
You're left-handed?
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then. Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion limiting that violates the motion limiting the order.
Excuse me, Counsel, you know that.
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. I want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inches?
think it has to be less than an inch.
And,
Way less than an inch.
right. Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which can last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at sir, what's a yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No,
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
no,
Do you know Brianne Soraya, who's in that building?
no.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No.
Okay. When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient,
And when you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
yes.
And you filled out an intake form and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No, for that day, yes.
Yeah.
I don't live in LA, so
I understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient. Correct?
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you?
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes. Around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke,
Mm-hmm.
Did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had.
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time.
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No. No.
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you? That
Objection. Assistant. We're not here for her medical care.
Yes, sir. Did you keep Dr. Finke's, well, strike that. Who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very like upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
When you were outside in the hallway before you entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Emani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock around there. Yeah, 1 something.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finke either before or after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical place?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No,
Why?
well, first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Okay. Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. But I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time, did your security guard come in there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me, like by the exit, like by the door. Around there, yeah.
Do you remember the building?
Yes.
Do you remember
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area with
Yes.
take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door. And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building? Is that fair? Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard on February 24, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was
But
exiting.
He was in the lobby with you.
In the lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Okay. Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm gonna
you
go with
ask
his
him?
word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her. So I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
Objection, relevance. And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened or you're injured or anything happens,
Yes.
aren't they supposed to come help you? Objection, relevance.
Why don't we move on?
You don't have to ask. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help? Objection, argumentative as to with you.
I told him like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. He was like, what happened? And I practically told him like, I'll tell you later, like when I leave. Okay. I'm like, wait for me. But I told him like, wait for me downstairs, like by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard or would you call the police or would you call both or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018 when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that date?
Yes.
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatory?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. And when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you. May I approach your Honor? To show her the discovery only? Thank you, Your Honor. Could you identify it, please? Yes. I will show it to you. So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set 1 dated September 30th of 2022. You're telling me that's what it is? That's what it is? Okay. Just coming to show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so, no. Whoa.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, the responses which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023. Can I approach, Your Honor? All right. We'll show you these documents as well. So you can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
This one I saw. This one, I saw.
Okay, you saw that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. You see the question 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you
There's not a question.
point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point
Show
it
it to you.
Yeah, sure.
Can I approach on it? All right. It's on page 5, under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Your attorney asked you if there were any witnesses to this incident.
Yes.
All right, we're just gonna avoid attorney-client privilege conversation.
And relevance, Your Honor, this is a discovery issue that the subject.
Not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses and it's for impeachment purposes. Okay, and if you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Sir, can he identify by page and line? I'm not sure
Sure.
what he means by showing it.
I can show it to you first if you'd like.
I just, what do you,
I wanted her to talk about the response.
all right.
That's. Read the question. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direct counsel.
Thank you. So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign, like.
Okay. And the question that I showed you, 12.1, let's say, you want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
You can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, is it your testimony that Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes, she knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
Outside where?
On February 24th, 2018.
Outside like.
In the hall.
Yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
And your response in 12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. So I won't hold you 100% at fault for it. But question, I withdraw. I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary actions set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney? Yes, sir.
We're not gonna.
And at the time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist's name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was two witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The plaintiff. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated and got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her, like, "You're security, what are you doing?" And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, "Go to my office." And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay. And 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident. You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
And wait for the question. It's a question.
Person mischaracterizes the testimony as compound. It's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor.
Yeah, but why don't we? I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Did you respond to special interrogatory set 1 through your attorney?
Your Honor.
All right, and the court's going to sustain its own 352 objection. Why don't you run?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case? Okay.
No,
Sustained. I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You might want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know who the witnesses are today?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. Counsel, let's define what we mean as impeachment. Impeachment is she says something, and you've got evidence that she said something else.
Right.
She said I didn't know anybody's name. Got sent there. I was seen for a short amount of time. I didn't remember what their names were.
Okay, so-
And then you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm going about it the wrong way, that's why.
You absolutely are. You're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am not. I understand the court's issues, but I want to explain if I may.
Go ahead.
So I was going to ask her if she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in the.
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right, but 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all about.
Okay, so he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, in special.
So here's the other issue. You didn't depose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand the issue with that. But there is a special interrogatory number 15, which is on point, which asks a disclosure of the security guard.
Okay.
She didn't disclose his name, but she knows his name.
Okay.
So
what are we going to do with that?
we're going to have the jury know that she didn't give the name of her security guard.
And so in order to be admissible, it has to be relevant. In order to be relevant, it has to be probative. So it's got to be more likely to show, prove, or disprove a material fact in the case. None of this has anything to do with any material fact.
Let me explain. Her testimony, Your Honor, is that Karan Newton doesn't know anything about this case.
She doesn't say that. She hasn't said that. She said he was in the lobby.
Even better. Plaintiff has testified that she has spoken with Karan Newton.
Okay.
It's in the medical records.
Okay.
He's a witness in some form or
So the appropriate means for you to do that is one, to file a motion to compel, or number two, seek evidentiary sanctions, which would have been handled pre-trial. But we're not going to have this witness testifying in trial in front of a jury about discovery issues.
That's fine. The issue is, if it asked her to provide the name of the security guard and she didn't disclose it, why is it not fair? These are under penalty.
Then you file a motion to compel, or a motion for evidentiary sanctions. You did neither.
She testified in her discovery that she was alone. Today she testified she was with Karan. I want to ask her about that.
You already did.
I didn't show her the discovery, which is on point on that issue, Your Honor.
You're going to impeach her with the document saying that she was alone when she was alone in the elevator and the incident happened. That's your impeachment?
My impeachment is she did not reveal that she was with the security guard in the lobby, didn't do anything to provide his information when the other side.
Again, it's a discovery issue, so we're not going to go there.
Well, Your Honor, the other side was able to impeach plaintiff.
With what?
With this discovery. They went into it
But she offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
That's what's happening here too.
No, she hasn't said anything inconsistent. She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan.
In discovery, she said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan Newton's information. We asked for the name of the security guard. She made it appear.
I'm going to ask you to move on. We're not going to get into further discovery issues.
May I just raise one point? I don't want the court to overlook. I want to point out this questioning started with a direct contemptuous violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew what was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that there was a specific motion of limiting excluding?
The motion limiting, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. You might want to look at your trial binder to see specifically what it says. All right? All right, we'll resume in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back on the record in the Ellis matter. Councilor parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. Ms. Almánzar is on the stand, ma'am. You're reminded you're still under oath? Yes. All right. And Council, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Aside from Karan Newton, is there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
No.
So now I want to take you a little bit through the incident, bring you back in time. Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Objection, relevance, ambiguous.
Oh.
I don't
Yeah.
I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal altercation. She didn't hit me, I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
My background?
Yes.
Well,
What's the objection?
Of relevance.
Assisting.
Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
Ma'am, you need to give your attorney a second to object. What's your objection?
Sorry. Relevance, yeah.
Assisting.
Have you ever used the N-word with Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Did you try to take a swing at her?
No.
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
Yes.
do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was like a verbal fight, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll say, a debate.
And we're debating about whether you assaulted and battered Miss Emani Ellis, correct?
Just no, like, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also.
That's already been sustained.
Do you have any videos of the incident?
No.
Did you try to get videos of it?
I asked if there was videos. Like I told my lawyers to check if there was videos, but there's no cameras. I guess there was no cameras.
And when did you ask for that? What year?
I feel like when I got sued, I was like, when I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like it's like look for the cameras because they'll tell you I ain't touching her.
When you went to the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, you saw Emani Ellis there on the 5th floor. Was she wearing her uniform as a security guard?
Yes. Okay.
You remember?
Again, you might want to just take a breath so your attorney can object.
Are you aware that my office is across the street?
No.
8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You remember that number? You agree that that's the correct number? The address.
I remember that I went there, but I don't really remember the address and stuff like that. I don't.
If I show you the building with the number on it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I don't have to really waste time if you don't want me to. When you were sitting here throughout the trial, you saw the 22 pages I showed, right?
Yes.
Was that the correct building?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember entering the building, going up some stairs, taking the lobby elevator, and going to the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you exited, you saw Emani Ellis right there in front of you.
Yes. No. When I exited the elevator,
Okay.
not the building, the elevator.
Correct.
Yes.
On the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 elevators there?
I do not remember that.
At least 2 different elevator bays?
I don't remember that. I just remember me getting out the elevator. She was coming in. I was coming out. I could hear her. She was talking on the phone. And she said, "Oh my God, yo, Cardi B's here." So I kind of speed walk. But I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, "Oh my God, Cardi B is here." So I turn around and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, "Yo, why are you recording me?" And she clearly looked like the security. She looked like the security guard. She's uniformed down. And I'm like, "Why are you recording me? Are you security?" And she's like, "Oh, my bad." But then I'm walking and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, I turn around again. I'm like, "Why are you following me?" She's like, "Because I can." It's like, "No, you can't. Why are you following me for? Like, ain't you supposed to be security?" And she's like, "Because I can." It's like, "No, you can't." And she's like getting closer and closer. Like now she's like in front of me where I can't even like really maneuver. And I'm like, "Ain't you supposed to be security? Like you grouped out, you're recording me. Now you following me. Like back up." And she's like, "I can do what I want." It's like, "No, you can. Like you can't do what you want." And that's when we started arguing.
And what did you say?
I was like, "You can't do what you want. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like you invading my privacy." And now we're like chest to chest practically. So I keep telling her like, you need to back up. And I'm thinking to myself like, this girl is big. She's big. She got big black boots on. And I'm like, damn. The hell am I gonna do now? She's literally right in my face, like on my chest, and we're arguing. And I keep telling her to back up, but she's not backing up. And we arguing, cursing at each other. I did call her the B word. I did call her a bitch. Like, "Bitch, get out of my face." I did say, "Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You're in my face. You're screaming in my face." We're like literally screaming at each other. And she kept telling me like, "You're gonna leave my building." I'm like, "I'm not leaving. Like, how you harassing me? I'm not leaving. Like, you telling me, how you telling me to leave? I came to see a doctor. You following me. You're recording me. I'm just trying to check my cat. You're recording me." And we're arguing. That's when the receptionist came out. She started wilding out like, "This bitch hit me. And I'm like, I did not hit her. I'm looking at her like, "Girl, I can't even hit you if I want to. You're bigger than me and you're pregnant." And she just started wilding out like, "This bitch hit me. Then the doctor came out and he's like, "Go to my office." And after that, I just walk away. And that's just that.
Are you aware in the city of Beverly Hills, if a security guard tells you to leave the building, which they are security of, you would be required to do that? Do you agree with that?
Objection, well,
A security not supposed to.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you that you're causing a disturbance in the building?
No. She was causing a disturbance. She's recording me and following me.
Well, let's talk about that. Are people allowed to record you if they want to in a public place, which will be the building that you were at? Yes or no?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Mischaracterizes.
Do you know if it's okay for someone to videotape you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
When she videotaped you, or maybe she didn't, what proof do you have that she was videotaping you?
She had her phone went from here to right here. And she said, like, "Yo, Cardi B," like I seen her. I turned around and I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Did you ever see the actual video recording of you on her phone? Yes or no?
No.
Could it be possible that she was recording you? She was simply holding her phone in front of you. Is that possible?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for speculation.
What proof do you have that you were being recorded by Emani Ellis on February 24, 2018, aside from what you just told us?
Objection.
Do you have any other proof?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you usually wear your nails longer than what they are today?
Sometimes, most of the times, yes, and some of the times, no.
Most of the time, 90% of the time?
Lately, as in so far, I'll say about, in the past year, I'll say about 70.
70% of
Yes.
the time. And when you wear them long, would you agree that they're about 3 inches long?
No, not all the time, no.
2 inches or more?
So
It really depends.
why don't we focus? She said in the last year. I don't know that how long she has her nails in the last year is relevant to anything.
And when you had them in 2018, you also wore them long at that time too, correct?
I wear them long, but it really depends on the inches.
How long were your nails on February 24th, 2018 when you were at the building speaking or arguing or whatever you were doing with Emani Ellis?
They were 1 inch, they were square, coffin squared, and they had flat rhinestones.
Are rhinestones sharp?
No, not if they're flat. And they weren't 3D, they were flat.
With the nails you have on right now, do you think that these nails are sharper or the ones that you had on the date of the incident?
I believe that they were not sharp that day. They were square. And sometimes, like, when it's acrylic and it's square, it's like a texture. And I always tell this to my nail tech, make sure that like you shape, like when you shape them, don't make them sharp on the side or don't make them that sharp, because I don't want to.
You don't want to hurt her.
I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just, you know what I'm saying?
And in the past, when you had them sharp, you did hurt yourself, correct?
I never really hurt myself, but like just in case, I just be like, don't make them too pointy, because I just don't want them to be uncomfortable. Not pointy, but it's like a certain type of sharp that you just don't want.
And if you wanted to scratch or cut Miss Emani Ellis' face, you could have done it with both of your hands, either one or both.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not saying you did that right now. I'm asking a different question. Did you understand my question?
I mean, how would I fight? How would I fight somebody? I am mostly left-handed, so if I was to like do anything mostly, I'll do it mostly with the left hand. I'm really like.
You're good at fighting with your left hand, aren't you?
Objection is characterized the testimony.
Are you good at fighting with your left hand?
Objection like foundation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience fighting with, martial arts experience or other type of experience to defend yourself should something occur in your life?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Not really, no.
So any type of fighting that you would be able to do, it would just be freestyle from your own knowledge of fighting, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
If you wanted to fight with someone, would you use your left hand, your right hand, or both?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained. Why don't we move on?
When you enter a building, such as this building or any building, oftentimes you will see that there's a security guard or a police officer or a sheriff guarding the building, correct? You saw that today here in the courthouse, didn't you?
Yes.
Bless you. I guess it's not. And on the date of the incident, the security guard, police officer, or person securing that building, in your mind, when you saw Emani Ellis was in fact Emani Ellis. In your mind, when you got off the elevator, Emani Ellis was in your mind, your state of mind was that she was a security guard, correct?
Objection.
I think she's answering.
Yes. Okay.
And was there any doubt in your mind that she was a security guard?
There was no doubt in my mind that she was a security guard. She had the security guard outfit on. That's why I was so confused that she was so aggressive, and she's supposed to protect me, the patient.
I understand. If Emani Ellis had in fact told you to leave the building, would you have listened because she was a security guard?
Objection. This is a complete hypothetical, irrelevant, lacks foundation.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you to leave the building at any point during your verbal or physical altercation on February 24th, 2018?
She told me, "You're going to leave my building. You're going to leave my building."
Okay. Are you aware that Emani Ellis was hired by the owner of that building and had the right to tell you to leave?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion. Lacks foundation.
Sustained.
When Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, did you follow her command?
Objection. Relevance. Lacks foundation.
You can answer.
No, she wasn't acting like a security guard.
But she was a security guard.
Objection. He's arguing.
The security guard tried to attack patients.
The objection is sustained. We're not going to argue with each other.
Did you believe in your mind that Emani Ellis was a police officer?
No.
If you thought she was a police officer, would you have handled the situation the same way?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
Sustained. Let's just focus on what happened.
Now, when Emani Ellis spoke with you, when you exited the elevator, she spoke with you directly outside the elevator, the area directly outside the elevators, correct?
I don't believe she got inside the elevator. I don't believe she did.
That's my question. Did whatever happened between the two of you, did it happen inside the elevator, at the point of entry, or outside the elevator?
Outside the elevator and down the hallway.
Fine. And when Miss Ellis was asked the same question, do you remember her saying that it happened outside of the elevator as well? Do you agree with her testimony?
It wasn't in front of the elevator anymore because I was walking and she was following me. So it wasn't in front of the elevator. It was outside the elevator because I already got off the elevator. I don't think she ever went inside the elevator because I felt her as soon as I'm walking. I felt her walking right behind me, and then she said something. She said, "Oh my God, Cardi B!" That's when I turned around, and she got the camera right here, like she recorded me. And I'm like, "Yo, why you recording me?" And she practically did admit that she recorded me because she said, "Oh my bad." Okay. So.
And when she said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B," or whatever you just said right now, when she said that, was that offensive to you?
It wasn't offensive. I just kept power walking so I could avoid more contact. But she just kept following me.
Okay. And isn't it true that sometimes when you're walking around, different people will say, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B."
Yeah.
Because they get excited.
Yeah.
And you had experienced that many times before you had that experience with Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't like it from her is because she was a security guard and you felt it was unprofessional for her to say that to you.
When she first said it, I didn't tell her nothing. I kept walking.
Why couldn't she say it? Why?
I never said she couldn't.
Okay. And she said it to you.
She said it to me and I kept walking.
What if she was not a security guard and she was just a random human and said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B"? Would you have taken offense to that?
No,
You can answer.
I didn't even feel offended when she first said it. I felt offended when she kept following me. She recorded me, and you're supposed to be a security. You're not supposed to be recording patients going to any doctor, any.
But again,
That's what offended me. When she first said, "Oh my God, it's Cardi B," I just kept power walking and didn't say nothing. I said something the second time she said it, and I turned around and I saw that she was recording me. And I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?" And she said, "Oh, my bad." Then she kept following me, and now I'm getting annoyed. Like, it's like, you're the security guard of the building.
No question pending. No question.
All right, Council, I think that might be a good time to end because we've got some things that we need to deal with outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume right back at 9:30 again. Thank you for your patience today and your attention. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. Outside the presence of the jury, you could step down, ma'am. All right, so let's address the issues of Tiara Malcolm and David Finke as witnesses.
May I argue that after counsel does?
Yeah, so let me just make sure that we squarely get everything on the record in terms of what defendant's position is. And so defendant's position, if you want to summarize what you knew and when you knew it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. As Ms. Almánzar testified, she did not know the name of the receptionist. She did not know the name of the doctor that she visited that one day. In the January 17, 2023 discovery responses of defendant, she responded in a verified response that the potential witnesses included her, plaintiff, and unknown staff employees of the medical center building who intervened during the incident. There was no motion to compel that was filed against that. At that point in time, neither she nor her counsel knew the identity of the two individuals. There's actually another response where, I don't see it here, but what happens why? My copy of the. Oh, I'm not sure where it went to. Oh, yes, it disappeared. Now I've got it. Okay, so in Exhibit 1 to the motion, the supplemental motion that we filed, excuse me. She identified at page 10 Emani Ellis and unknown staff employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. She described them, identified them as people who intervened, specific people, two people who intervened in the incident, and but she at that point did not know their names. It was years after that she never, had gone there again. Plaintiff's counsel did not move to compel. It did not file or serve a response to supplement discovery. Exhibit 2 is a comparable discovery response in January 7, 2023 that also referred similarly to the two by what they had done, at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. It was not until last year, last year we learned of.
Did you bring all your glasses today?
Yeah. We added, well, it's not until 2024 that we actually identified Dr. Finke, which was Moore's hard work. It wasn't easy. And we put Finke on the 2024 witness list, which is Exhibit 5 to the memorandum that we filed.
Okay, why don't you move on to Ms. Malcolm?
Okay, and Ms. Malcolm, she was the receptionist. She no longer worked at that firm by the time that the litigation had started at that medical center. And Malcolm's identity was only discovered on July 28, 2025, following further investigation by defendant's counsel. So then we talked about adding her to the exhibit list, witness list, and she was added to our witness list. I think counsel's looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about, but but I believe that she was put on our witness list. Yes. In July that we filed. There have been times when the court has referred to the defendant's witness list, which omitted her, even though they knew of her. Plaintiffs August 9. Oh, I'm sorry. They actually had intended to call these two people as well. They did not identify them by name, even though plaintiff worked there and knew these people. She knew who Dr. Finke was. He intervened. She knew who the receptionist was. She worked there. Plaintiff worked there as well. Their August 9, 2022 discovery response identified as witnesses, quote, employees of doctor's office located near the scene. Then also, plaintiff testified in her deposition, which is Exhibit 4 to the memorandum we filed, quote, she is going to be bringing forward at the time of trial people from the doctor's office. So these are people that she knew about. She didn't identify. We didn't know about it. We found it out on our own, and we promptly disclosed it. Again.
Well, and I guess that's the question: is what is promptly disclosed? You learned about it on the 28th. Did you call plaintiff's counsel and say, "Hey, we found her"?
July 28, 2025 was when Malcolm's identity was discovered, and that's when we added the I think it was July 30th when we filed. I could be wrong. Filed.
I believe it was the following week.
The following week, and my colleague will clarify that.
May I respond?
I just want to make sure that I understand the defense position. I don't see anything. I see the next witness list after that is being 820.
That's the one that I filed.
That's when he filed. He admitted her.
I did not write her name there because I did not know about it.
Well, that's an issue.
And so did you? How did you communicate Miss Malcolm's name to plaintiff's counsel?
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, we were we were providing drafts for this latest round of the trial filings. And as soon as we found out, we put it on the witness list. And on one of those drafts before they were filed.
And I'm asking, when did that happen?
I'm not sure. I know it was before August 20th.
Okay.
May I read her, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Well, actually, let me first start. So, Ms. Ellis, you understand you're still under oath, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I have a declaration from Tiara Malcolm, and she states that you telephoned her approximately 2 months after the incident, and that you asked her for her assistance in pursuing claims, and she said she didn't want to get involved. And she said, quote, she told you, "You've got to be kidding me." Did that conversation happen?
Never.
Did you do anything to investigate your claims after the incident?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. John Fawson.
With respect to Malcolm, the first time I learned of it, I was given a partial document which only has about 50 pages. I was given it yesterday for the first time in the middle of the trial.
It was on your joint witness list on May 10th in 2024.
What was it?
His name.
I'm talking about the Malcolm, not the name of the
Oh,
doctor.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what I wanted the court to know is I've been intimately involved with this case. My office is located across the street, 9025 Wilshire Boulevard. As an officer of the court, I declare under penalty of perjury. I never walked inside Dr. Finke's office one time. I never gave him my business card. All that's written there is not me. It's not true. It is false. It is a mistake or false, not my problem. I'm just telling you this as an officer of the court. I will not damage my reputation with you for this small issue. I just want it to be clear.
Okay.
I never did it.
I think there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this, and it might have been workers' comp counsel.
I don't think so. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't me.
Did she have an attorney in the workers' comp case?
I understand that she did, but not for this. They're not going to go after this doctor.
No, I understand that, but just to get witnesses to what happened. I don't know.
I don't think, Your Honor, that that's what their purpose was. So,
okay.
Is there a need for me to argue more?
No, well, as to Finke, he was on the witness list in 2024.
May I finish? I'm sorry.
Sure. So why don't you address why you didn't want to do any, you knew who it was.
Okay, so I'll address it. Your Honor, I did spend a lot of time doing the opposition, and I tried to do the same thing with the witness, Miss Belcalis Almánzar, Cardi B. She herself testified that she was able to get the doctor's name in a matter of a few days or whatever it is.
So let's just focus on the fact that in May 10, 2024, you knew who this doctor was.
I did not know.
You knew he was on the witness list.
I don't remember it being on the witness list.
It was.
It could have been.
I'm
But
telling
at
you it
that
was.
time, I believe you, Your Honor. So what I want to say to the court is, at that time, we knew we were not going to trial. It wasn't real yet. What was real was coming to trial now in August. And in discovery, it was never produced. So if it was...
But you never sent supplemental rocks.
I understand. But the point is, when they were responded to, the defendant could have easily gotten the name of Dr. Finke. She testified today under oath that it was her doctor. The same way plaintiff has to go and get the doctor's information in form rocks, so does the defendant. This goes against the Code of Civil Procedure. It's unfair, it's prejudicial, it's damaging. I wasn't able to depose this person. I get it. I didn't depose the defendant because she was out of state, but I did depose Dr. Rosenberg, and if there were witnesses to this case, I would have deposed them. Why not? So, first of all, Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Finke, my position is that he should not be allowed to testify for several reasons. Really, he didn't really see anything. He didn't. And it's really not that exciting.
How do you know that?
Because I know that. I know that. And we'll see that. If the court wants to allow him to testify, I'm open to that thought process because he didn't see anything. I really wouldn't care about him. But this random person, Tiara Malcolm, is a problem. Why? Because I wasn't able to take her deposition, cross-examine her. She was never put on any witness list. Even my own that I did on August 20th, when I filed it, it wasn't there. The two individuals that I thought were the witnesses are Dr. Azizolai and Miss Parsi. Those two people are on the witness list. This whole idea came about because counsel said, well, we shouldn't have Azizolai, we shouldn't have Parsi. And then I said, well, then I'm going to jump on the bandwagon too, and you shouldn't have yours. And that's why we're here today, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me refresh my recollection. I don't remember if we had a court reporter at the time. But at the time of our final status conference, there were discussions about this receptionist. I think there were discussions about you were actively engaged in trying to identify her, and you would inform counsel if and when you did. That conversation happened, correct?
Nobody informed me nothing. All I was given...
No, I'm saying at the time of the final status conference, that was a conversation that was had.
I don't remember it that way. I'm not that smart like the court is. I don't remember it that way. All I can say is it's inappropriate to be given a document in the middle of the trial with this court, the way that it is, it's super fast. The court doesn't want me to spend a lot of time asking people questions and practically doing a deposition. So I would submit that...
Let's just say for the record, I let people try their cases. I'm not going to let you waste the jury's time.
Of course,
okay?
I understand that. So So my request is Tierra Malcolm is out because no one at any point called me, did anything to give me this information till yesterday when their attorney, Lisa Moore, who's not the main attorney, there's another lawyer here, he could have signed the declaration. I don't know why he didn't. Why is she doing it? Everything's been done by Peter Anderson and Eric Lamb with all of his other attorneys that he has helping him.
Well, I think she was the one with boots on the ground, according to her declaration. But
Well,
so let's. So we find out about her on the 28th, and I see the witness list on the 20th. So I guess my concern is the gap of period of time, or actually, can you confirm? Did we have that conversation that you were actively trying to find her?
That's my recollection, that she definitely came up. I don't recall if we had just found her or if we were still actively trying to find her. Unfortunately, we don't have the back and forth. And for example, Mr. Lamb's, sorry. I think that one's been made. If Your Honor likes, we can check to see when we actually sent a draft with her name to a draft witness list with her name to counsel. He definitely did not just find out about her yesterday.
I'm sorry.
If I may. And so we can do that. We just can't do it here because we've got a lot of trial documents and not many discovery documents or drafts of discovery documents.
Yeah.
But we can't submit that. I can tell you, Your Honor, that once we found her, and this is a woman, by the way, who's integral to the case that plaintiff has known about since day one. And counsel says his office was across the street, but he never bothered to walk across the street to find out her name. Anyway, to make a long story short, we can provide that information. We can check if you like, but we did promptly disclose, I believe it was in a draft joint witness list that we had submitted. We submitted several as soon as we found her within a week.
May I reply, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
This case was set to be tried in 2024. It was continued over and over and over, and discovery was closed. This court did not reopen discovery. So this issue has been sleeping for at least a year, and it's unfair and prejudicial to the plaintiff to allow this random witness to show up at the eve of, not even the eve, in the middle of trial.
I think, let's be fair, you both identified people at the medical center. You both knew that these were people, I mean, your client testified that there was people that came out. So she knew that there were people that came out.
No, the two individuals that I have, these are people that know about the incident. These are not the two individuals that they're talking about. There was nobody at the scene till after the fact. So whoever these people are, they're not going to really say anything fair. And for them to drop it on me in the middle of the trial is unfair. If they want to bring Dr. Finke and he wants to say, I came out and I heard there was an altercation, I'm not too concerned about him. I'm more concerned about Tierra Malcolm. I have no idea who she is, what she's going to say, and that one has never been given to me. And this case, discovery has been closed for over a year. Why should she be allowed to testify? It doesn't make sense.
Your Honor, may I just very briefly?
Sure.
We've been asking, and counsel hasn't told us who this Farzi, I'm not even going to try to, I don't know if that's, I just don't know how to pronounce his last name. And the woman, we've been asking how they're relevant, given that Farzi, for lack of, just attempt to avoid trying to mangle his last name, he's on 4-3, and he doesn't come in on Saturdays. He wasn't there. And the other person they identified is the receptionist at the building office, which is closed on Saturdays. The suggestion that the two people everyone's been talking about throughout this case who came out of the doctor's office for some reason weren't the doctor and the receptionist is just absurd.
Your Honor, he's testifying things he doesn't know. How does he know if my doctor and his assistant were there on Saturday? How does he know that? If he can prove me that, I'll withdraw all my objections. He can't. He's just making up stories.
Well, absolutely. So I guess the question is, let's just talk about reasonable diligence. And so, plaintiff's counsel knew that the receptionist of the Women's Care of Beverly Hills was at least identified as a category of a person to be a trial witness, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you do anything to try and figure out who that was?
There was nothing to do. It's a 6-year-old issue. I didn't know that somebody could even pop up. Why would they? Well, how could I do it, Your Honor? How? Wouldn't be possible.
All right. And to what extent, if any, is it possible to get her deposed between now and Tuesday?
Well, Your Honor, it sounds like plaintiff is going to be resting tomorrow. We expect her to testify tomorrow. She also, she is out of town. Yeah, that's our plan is for her to testify tomorrow. And if it helps, maybe without the jury, she can give an offer of proof or something.
Yeah.
But we're talking about a 30-second incident. The idea that, and by the way, he didn't take Dr. McKenna's deposition. He didn't take, that proceeded without him because he didn't bother to show up. He didn't take the defendant's deposition. The idea that at this late point he gets to take a deposition of someone who he has known about and his client has known about since she worked there. I just don't see the fairness in that.
Your Honor,
all right, let me do this. I'm going to rule that Dr. Finke can testify. I'm going to take it under submission. I'm going to look a little bit further into the Malcolm issue. I will tell you, I'm leaning, since the person was identified apparently for years, I don't think that it's an unfair surprise that she was finally identified. So that's where I'm leaning, but I'm not going to make that decision right now. So I'll rule tomorrow morning on the issue of the receptions.
And how about that position?
Well, I'll rule tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
9:30 tomorrow?
Yes. So I think there was a discussion at the final status conference regarding who was demanding jury, and I thought the defendant was demanding jury.
I assume plaintiff had demanded a jury.
I believe both sides.
I thought both sides.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that. We weren't counsel at the time.
No, I think it was addressed at the final status conference in terms of paying the jury fees.
Oh, I don't recall that at all. I'm sorry.
Is that an issue?
No, we'll split them.
Okay. All right. Fine.
My apologies.
Yes,
What did you choose then?
exhibits for today.
Oh, exhibits for today. See, you keep me on track. Are there any exhibits that were moving as evidence?
I believe there was one that the court, Dr. Mulligan's records and bills.
We already have page 9 and the plan to
Okay. So defense counsel is going to look at, I'm sorry, was exhibit who?
9. This was 15 pages.
No, 9 was in CV. I thought.
No, you're right. I apologize. Number 4, it's 15 pages. And counsel has had the whole day to look at the 15 pages, 3 pages of which are bills. And this is something that Dr. Mulligan testified to. I would ask that the court admit these 15 pages into evidence.
Any objections?
If you can bear with us just for a moment, Your Honor.
This first page.
We don't object to the first page, which is the one he questioned him about. Beyond that,
It would be an incomplete exhibit.
he did not identify what we're doing.
So, exhibit 4, pages 1 and 2. Exhibit 4, pages 1 and 2. Yeah, that's a document. 1 and 2.
One of the problems, Your Honor, is we're having trouble because he combined as a single exhibit multiple different pages and then referred to like exhibit 4, pages 1 to 3, then exhibit 4, some other thing.
Your Honor,
So it basically confused the Jesus.
it's not confusing. I'm left-handed. I do perfection work. This is in perfect order. I think the court's left-handed too and would relate. This is in nice, perfect order. You have the medical records and then the bills. It's 15 pages. It's nothing more than that.
Oh, okay.
So pages.
Your Honor, I don't want to take up your time. Can we submit in the morning, for example, pages, exhibit 4007 has no relationship to the preceding exhibits.
Yeah, so my suggestion was going to be to admit exhibit 4, 1 through 6. I don't think he testified as to the patient information form, how it was filled out.
Correct.
And then the billing exhibit 413 through 15.
That's fine, Your Honor. There was also exhibit 4-9, where I did ask him about, to read from the record, and the court didn't want him to read that, the bottom about the prior doctors. Dr. Scher's written there. I think that's important for the jury to know that she went to this doctor before.
I'm not sure he testified to that.
He did. He talked about it.
I think there's adequate testimony for that. So
Yes.
I'll admit 1 through 6 and 13 through 15.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
That's absolutely right, Your Honor.
Not 4-9. Right?
All right, and then was there anything else?
I got a 1-4.
That's the list of medical bills of plaintiff.
That is actually a list that counsel prepared.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Counsel prepared.
Okay, that's not coming in now.
I would do it in closing. I'd like to show the jury the list instead of writing it down.
Well, to the extent that there's evidence supporting it, sure.
And if the court wanted to know about
So you, I think Dr. McKenzie testified as to Exhibit 2. Did you want to move any of those in?
no, plaintiff is considering that to be hearsay.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
We offered 206, 207, 225, and 222, and we would move to admit them.
Those are all the same.
Those are all McKenzie?
Just numbered differently. So I would say plaintiff objects to those because she's not an expert.
We used it for the facts that are recited in there and as part of admissions of plaintiff.
No.
And they do include, I think, at least 2 of the documents that counsel examined on. Plaintiff's counsel.
So I just want to make sure you understand. You want her diagnosis admitted into evidence.
I'm being told no.
Your Honor, I think all of McKenzie should be excluded because they're hearsay. She said she doesn't work for this facility anymore.
Well, in addition to it being hearsay, it's got a lot of excluded expert testimony. So I'm not going to admit any of them.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. See you. Why don't we?
Can I get some rest? 9:30. I'm so tired. I apologize.
That's how trials are.
I need a break.
Sleeps for transactional attorneys.
I'm going to write that down.
You said 9:30, and it's always 9. What else do we have to talk about, Your Honor?
Verdict form. Jury instructions were good.
Well, we've got the competing jury instructions.
Okay. Why don't you work on those? And who are you calling tomorrow?
That would depend on this ruling of.
Well, I just ruled on one.
Well, on Aziz Olahi, there's no ruling. On Parsi, there's no ruling. How would I know?
The only thing we asked for was an offer of proof because we don't know who these people
Who
are.
are those people?
It's the same thing like their side, Your Honor. These are witnesses who are at the last minute thrown on the witness list. I did what they did. I'm admitting to it. The difference is I can admit to my faults.
What are they going to say?
Yeah, just what is the offer of proof? What are they going
The
to say?
same thing that their witnesses are going to say, that there was a disturbance in the building. They came out and they saw things after the fact. It's worthless. All of these 4 witnesses are worthless.
Are all objections withdrawn then? You get your witnesses, he gets his?
Well, Your Honor, he just said his witnesses are worthless.
I didn't say they're
I have a
worthless.
different
One at a time, please.
So there's Michael Shook, who saw the incident. There's Dr. Aziz Olahi. There's Anita Parsi. These are 3 witnesses. And if they're getting their witnesses, then I want to get mine.
Well, if you just ask me, so they're witnesses to the incident.
Yes.
And you just learned of them? You didn't have.
No, I didn't learn of them. The same way that they did their investigation, we did ours, and this is what we found, and this is what we wanted to do. to streamline the case, I think what would be fair is they get to have Dr. Finke. Malcolm is out. And if that were to occur, I would consider withdrawing a couple of these witnesses and just having 1 and 1. Maybe we'll have 2 doctors.
Malcolm is a crucial witness that both sides have witnesses who have testified to. She intervened in the argument. I don't know who these other people are, and if counsel knew about them, he was obligated to
Why don't you guys meet and confer about it? We'll discuss it tomorrow. But, so potentially you've got some other witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.